Hi guys, sorry to whoever was in Zoom. I didn't mean to end that. I meant to get out of the off the phone, and I accidentally ended everything. But I'll put the number in after this. Okay, hang on a minute. Let me just put my phone here on the charger. I'm going to put my watch on the charger. Having a little. I wanted to get some ibuprofen. I haven't taken anything but I can't even find any. I don't know. We were supposed to get some more yesterday, and I didn't get it. But I've been having like really bad pain. That's like I've been doing everything, but shooting down my legs. But right now, I'm hoping that let's hope that it stops. Okay, so I've got to get into some stuff now. Oh boy, I took copious notes today. That's back to my. I'm doing an M&M style and going back to my roots, where I would follow trials and take notebooks full of notes, or did what I did today. I typed them into my email. I feel like the court reporter. Sorry to whoever was in Zoom. Sorry. I was echoing, right? Now, can you hear me without the echo? Hey, look at that. Nama Owens. Thank you for becoming a deputy rambler. Our community is growing. Very nice. Thank you. Let's see who's here. Billy Boy Blue. Billy Boy Blue is an old timer here, but he's been, I don't know where you've been, Billy Boy. What have you been? You falling asleep under the haystack? Super Chat Cat, good to see you back. Haven't seen you in a few days. Liza Ann, Kathleen, our cheerleader. Let's see. Gail B is back with us here. And I am not in live chat, am I? Okay, Linda, 4 fireflies coming in hot. So anyway, did anybody watch? Hi, MSL. Anybody watch Sievers today? Jimmy the Hammer Rogers was on. Who watched it? Twisted Stitches. Who watched Sievers today? Because I'm going to cover Sievers, because then I'll go back into the Mackenzie and finish reading her text with Rosie. It's only about 400 pages. Who watched Sievers today? Today was a good day. And I went, like I said, back to my roots, just taking down notes. Anybody watch Sievers today? Can you guys hear me? I hope you can hear me. Let me see. Oh, you must. Okay, because far. Okay, good. I was getting scared. Oh, and I'll catch you right up, because if you're not familiar with how I used to cover trials and things like this, I literally, it's like the court reporter. Okay, so let me get my notes out, and I'll tell you what happened today, and let's see if I can get some photos up on the screen. Okay. So here's Mark and his lawyer. One of his lawyers says, I always want to call him Muppet. Hold on a minute. Let me just get this up here. Moppert. Right. Mumford. What is it? Let me get to my notes. I don't know why I want to call him a Muppet all the time. Here we go. Just going to put right now. I'm just going to put him and Mark on there. Mark seems to have lost his hearing or something in prison. It was a very... Boy, Jimmy the Hammer had some story to tell. Jimmy the Hammer had a story. Did I believe it? No. Did you believe it? I don't know. All right, let me get the... So the first person that was on the stand today was a person that was in doing the DNA analysis. And they talked about a backpack and a jumpsuit. And the DNA analysis was inconclusive for the backpack, for either Jimmy or Taylor Schumacher, who was, one of Jimmy Rogers's girlfriends, but we'll get into that in a little bit. Now, when the jumpsuit, if you remember, she threw the jumpsuit from the car window. In the original story, Jimmy was telling her to throw them out the car window. So they had debris on them. They had debris, they had bugs on them. They asked her if she did any alternate light source testing. She said no, but a blood test, chemical test was done, and the DNA analysis for that was inconclusive. They could not get a profile for it, and so there was no DNA detected. But, okay, here's the but. There were fibers on Teresa Sievers' back that matched the coverall jumpsuit. Okay, so that's going to be very important. Please keep that in mind. The next witness was Joseph, or he goes by the name of J.D. Thomas. And he owned his own crime scene analysis company. He wanted to tell everybody how he started. He actually started with the Jonestown, Guyana cult, and all those people that died. That's how he got into this. They had to know what happened there. So that was his first thing. So he wanted to talk about that. But then he reviews crime scene photos and evidence for defense teams. He typically reviews their theory of the case, and then he sees if there's any other explanation of how that evidence got there. He assists attorneys with lending his expertise to how things might have happened based on the evidence. He got an email in December about a trial that he needed assistance with. No. So I got to look at my notes because sometimes, they jumped ahead and they said, did you ever find out that Mark Sievers was found guilty? Because he said, well, I got an email in December of that same year, which would be December 2019, about another trial they needed assistance with. And at that time, they told him that Mark Sievers was found guilty. The defense at the time he was working with them let JD know that at the time of the murder, Mark Sievers was out of the state. And he didn't want any other, information or anything at that point. What he likes to do is look at everything for himself, he said, and then come to these conclusions. So he could tell that it was a brutal attack with a hammer, and that most of the attack happened when Teresa Sievers was down low. And he got to see that because of the cast off of the blood on the fridge and the cabinets. Blood all over the kitchen floor showed a lot of movement. He said that all the evidence he reviewed didn't indicate a conspiracy that he could see. Evidence about Curtis Wainwright. Let's see. did they ask him if he had the transcript of what Curtis Wainwright had said happened and to see if it matched up. He said he could not state that now, but it would have been helpful if he had seen it to see if it fit with what he saw and observed there, right? He said the notes were subjective that he got on this, and whoever wrote them could be more of their opinion. And, since it's so, he doesn't give it much attention, somebody's notes, right? But he viewed 2,284 photos of the crime scene. He did see the deposition of the crime scene report. He saw the technician's report. He saw the deposition of Curtis Wainwright. He saw the FBI report. He saw the depositions of the detectives. And he spent 47.2 hours reviewing everything. But they asked him, did he have anything helpful to offer to Mr. Sievers' case? And he said no. He has testified in over 100 cases. He's been retained in over 1,000. And they asked him if they said there was no evidence placing Mark at the crime scene. He said no, there was no evidence that placed Mark at the crime scene. But they said to him, but you knew it was alleged that he wasn't there. Yes. Any information you got would be helpful in the defense case. He said he would have liked to have had more discovery at that point in time. He didn't know Mr. Wright and his proffer. He was not aware and could not ask because he did not know about it. And they said, you said, let me do my thing and I'll tell you what I found out. Yes, and he said that, they said, could you tell that she was attacked by two people? He said, it could be attacked by two people, but he could not find out. Now, he talked about these pry marks, and you're going to hear more about those, on the garage door. But he did not feel like they were real pry marks because, they're going to say where the placement of the pry marks didn't make sense because there was a deadlock and everything, and there was no pry mark around there. But more than that, what told him that this did not fit a burglary was that there were things of value left all over the house that would be gone, especially large sums of cash. So that didn't fit. But he had found nothing to confirm or refute that there was a conspiracy between Mark and the persons who murdered Dr. Sievers. And they asked him, you never asked for physical transcripts from the deposition, just the notes. That was all they had. No further questions. And then he was let go, right? Then the next witness was Ralph Robert Tressel, goes by the name of Bob. He has another crime scene analysis services company, but he is a retired law enforcement officer. And he got his start in the Marietta, Georgia, Cobb County. He was a patrol officer in the PD there. He started, he was there from when I don't know what the year he started, but he was until 1975. In 1975, he was promoted to detective rank. He made sergeant in 1978. And then he had advanced training in death investigations. He had worked for Bergman Associates, a specialist in homicide investigations. He also then worked for he was the chief investigator for the Cobb County DA's office. And that all led to him then having his own crime scene analysis and crime scene processing firm. And he analyzes homicide investigations. He has an expertise in blood spatter analysis and trajectory analysis, though he's not a firearms expert, okay? He works with the defense mostly, but he has sometimes been contacted by prosecutors. He is normally hired to consult on homicide cases. He puts the pieces of the puzzle together, and he says some agencies are better equipped to handle things than others. He goes over the witness statements. He tries to corroborate what the witnesses say they saw and find out were they even there. Then the next source is the medical examiner and their info and how it relates to the crime scene. And again, to corroborate it, correlate it with the evidence that's collected from the crime scene. And the blood spatter analysis can tell him so much, as well as the DNA analysis, and see if you can put together that and the crime scene. So they started to talk about his education. He said he had 2 years of junior college. It was in the 70s. He doesn't have a degree, but he's taken many, many classes and related to medical and legal aspects of death investigations, including like that blood spatter analysis stuff. He has certificates, many of them, and he's qualified as an expert in well over 200 cases in over 13 states. So even though they didn't have to for this purpose, qualify him as an expert, he was qualified as a crime scene analysis expert. Okay, so let's see. He said he's worked on 75 plus death penalty cases. Again, he looks at the crime scene, he looks at the witness statements, tries to corroborate the two to see if they are telling what they're saying, the witnesses are saying, fits with what is found at the crime scene. He got involved in the Sievers case in 2024. Okay, he got a phone call. Let's see. And he looked at the testimony of Curtis Wainwright to see if certain items could be corroborated into what he saw at the crime scene through the evidence, right, that he was given. Then he looked at Lee County Sheriff's Office reports, the crime scene report, the autopsy of Teresa Sievers, the statement of Curtis Wainwright. Some things fit, some don't. The ones that don't, he says, here's one thing, is the initial attack is from the garage into the kitchen. And he says that there's a drop of blood on the garage side of the countertop, but there's large drops of blood in an area where the first blow was struck. He said that Miss Sievers was on the ground when she received the majority of the blows to the back of her head, and that there were large blood drops that were photographed, but they weren't measured, and that would have been so important because he says that without measuring them, you can't tell the exact height that they came from. And it doesn't mean that the height of the person, he's saying it's the height of the weapon, and all of that together gives him a lot of information, and that was not available. If you knew the exact size, you'd know whether it came from either the person or a weapon. And he talked about the different types of blood spatter and how you could have low-speed spatter, projecting, high-speed spatter, impact spatter, cast-off spatter. And the information that was gleaned from that could be where the victim was. That's how he knows, like, Teresa Sievers was down low. And he did not find corroboration for the pry marks on the garage door because of them not even being around the deadbolt. And that would have been the hardest thing, to open, would be the deadbolt. And there were no pry marks about that. And he said that when he listened to Curtis Wayne, he said he used a crowbar, and he said it didn't make sense. He said he got the crowbar from the garage and he put it back where he got it. Well, there happened to be a crowbar in a motorcycle bag, but it was never matched to the marks. And then there was another one found in a yard nearby, but nobody ever matched that pry bar crowbar to the marks on the door. He also talks about how Curtis talks about how he got the hammer and it was sitting on the chest freezer in statements. And he said that Jimmy Rogers had a ball peen hammer, according to Curtis. But Curtis said the last blow to Teresa Sievers was that Jimmy gave her the last blow with the claw end of the hammer. And he said that makes no sense because a ball-peen hammer has no claw end. And beyond that, Teresa Sievers did not have any injuries that correlate to being hit at any time with the claw end of a hammer. So he says that he cannot tell for certain if one or two hammers were used. The injuries have crescent-stamped wounds, and the person that inflicted these injuries to Mrs. Sievers, they would have blood spatter on the front of them, he said. He said that Wright said that he entered through the garage after taking stuff. Said that Teresa entered through the garage after taking stuff out of her car and that she put her purse on the countertop. He said, but the purse was on the opposite side of where she was attacked. And she was a tiny person, and to put it where it was, she would have had to reach all the way across the countertop. But they don't know if it was moved. Some things were moved. A driver's license was on the blood. It would indicate that someone was trying to manipulate the scene, stage the scene. Okay, and then what other things does this guy do? Well, he also assists with cross-examinations of witnesses. So he can help the defense team formulate the questions. Hold on, I'm just going to get a drink. To ask the witnesses on cross-examination, right? And he said he didn't do that in this case. He could have done that in this case. And if he did, he would have asked about the measuring of blood droplets. And the other pinpoint question would have been about that ball-peen hammer. Okay? Why would Curtis Wright say that Jimmy Rogers hit her the last blow and it was with the claw side of the hammer when that's not true? Now, he said that Mr. Curtis Wainwright talked about a traumatic brain injury, but he said that no one ever checked to see if it was true, and that there was no info on it. And depending on a traumatic brain injury, it can affect things. He said that Curtis Wainwright said there was 2 motor vehicle accidents that were the cause, and he stated it can cause aggression, but that is the extent he was able to corroborate. Curtis said that he was ducking down in the garage under or around, behind some blue storage containers. And this guy said, yes, there are blue storage containers in the garage. So that matches. But Teresa also had an unusual wound, a V-shaped wound. And looking at the injury pattern, it looks like she was hit with either the side of the hammer, but it didn't fracture her skull. And it wasn't like the full force blows that she had in the back of her head, which did fracture the skull. So it was giving him, he didn't know how could she have fallen on something, something like that. So then he also had questions about the suitcases. He said they were opened up, stuff was pulled out. It shows that they were staging the scene. And Curtis also said he was looking at a motorcycle, and that seems to check out. There was a motorcycle in the garage. And all the info he reviewed and testified to was available at the time of trial. Now, the state then did a cross-examination, and they said, you did find some inconsistencies? He said, yes. But you also found some consistencies, right? Yes. And they said, but you did not review any other statements other than Curtis Wainwright's, and that was correct. That's the only one he had. Do you know that his attorney did not try to point out some of the inconsistencies? He said, yes, he saw did you know his attorney did not try? Hold on. The witnesses. Yeah, no, I must have them. So his attorney did try to point out consistencies. He said, yes, he saw the attorney do that. But thought about other witnesses he did not do that with. And then he says, you never reviewed phone records? No. The trial testimony of the digital forensics, the testimony of the crime scene techs, and any testimony of how Mark Sievers acted after. No, none of that. So beyond the crime scene, you were not asked to see if evidence collected matched Curtis Wainwright. He said no. Now, the measuring of the blood droplets could determine, and he went into this, the height and where the blood came from. They would show you the height of the hammer if it was coming off the hammer. It would not tell you the suspect's height, but there are other things they could glean from it. And if there's a large difference in individuals, you can tell if it would be coming off, if it's way up at 6 feet, and then, or if there's a very short person like Miss Sievers. He said he did not read the medical examiner's testimony, and then he was dismissed. And then Jennifer Wood came. Now, Jennifer Wood, I guess at one time, or maybe she's with, well, I don't know if she's still with him, Momert, the attorney. Now, she's not a paralegal. That's her title, but she's not officially a paralegal, okay? But she did a lot of work in that Fega law firm. So she took the stand next. She said she started at the Fega law firm in 2012 until Mr. Fega's death, and during that time, the Sievers case came in. She went through how the law firm changed after Mr. Fega died, and then it went to a Momert law. Everything in the office was a group effort. When Mr. Fega was there, she said they worked as a team. They discussed the case with everyone involved in the office. So that's how they started this. The firm became involved because Mr. Fega knew Mark's family and asked Mike Momert to go talk to Mark. The firm was initially hired to do some civil aspects before the everything came through on Mark, especially the death penalty. She thinks she can't remember the timeline exactly how things started, but it was a team effort, and Mike had more criminal experience than Mr. Fega, but Fega would be helping as well. Once the death penalty, once that information came out, were there any discussions about handling it? She said that Mr. Fega had some reservations. He had some murder cases, but they were in the state of New York, and they didn't have the death penalty, so he felt they needed to find another attorney, and that's how they found that other guy that said he didn't get paid. Remember that so that was Mr. Missouri, and he was found. And at this time, okay, this is really important to remember, they were going to try Jimmy Rogers, Jimmy the Hammer Rogers, and Mark Sievers together. So Kathleen Fitzgeorge, who was on the stand yesterday, this is important to remember, okay? And I know this is a lot, and if you're not into the Sievers case, like you probably need a whiteboard and all that stuff. But Kathleen Fitzgeorge was helping Mr. Momert because the cases were going to be tried together, and she helped him file motions and do a bunch of stuff, and she had a lot more experience than he did. But then, okay, they needed a mitigation specialist. Were you advised to hire one? Jennifer said yes, and it was a very painful process to find one. Most said they were at the max capacity and to try again. Originally, they hired Cynthia O'Shea, and in the initial stages, Mr. Fega was involved. Ms. O'Shea worked for a few months, but there were billing issues with the JJSC or something like that, and she was no longer able to work on the case. And then they found someone by the name of Donna Murray. Now, Donna Murray took the stand yesterday, and they tried the other ladies before Donna Murray, and they were still not available. Donna was hired pretty much right before the trial. There was difficulties with getting witness statements. Then they were asked, you guys went to Missouri yourself to track down witness statements and everything, and they did. They went to Missouri to do this. Now, Miss Murray had other issues. She seemingly could not access the evidence through the Dropbox links. Now, no one else ever had problems with Dropbox links, only this Ms. Murray. And she was working with it, but then she bowed out, okay? So then they were in a real pickle. And they got Mr. Giordano and, how to get him up to speed. But he only had the records from O'Shea and Donna Murray, and it was really, it was a crunch, and it could have been more time spent to that and whatnot. But Jennifer is really upset about something because Mr. Giordano worked on this big PowerPoint presentation, and it was for the mitigating factors. And she said, started out Mark's early life and, went through the whole timeline of his life when he lived on the island with his father and his stepmother, and all throughout this thing. It was a big PowerPoint presentation. They put a lot of time, a lot of effort into it. And that other attorney, Mr. Mazur, didn't use it. He just didn't use it. And so he used it, maybe a couple pictures from it, but he didn't use it. So right before trial, everyone worked together. JD crime scene experts, initial idea to give him all the crime scene photos. Mr. Fega did not believe the story, that was the other attorney, matched the crime scene. So they wanted to see what the crime scene expert would say. And a lot of them went to these life over death conferences where about trying cases like this. Everyone said this J.D. Thomas was great. Mr. Mulmert, the other attorney, spoke to Mr. Thomas. And let's see, Mr. Fega said the police narrative did not match the forensics. Thomas said that it did not match, but he was not called to testify at trial. It was felt that one of the detectives, here's what they said, the reason that this expert that they had, they didn't call him because it was said that one of the detectives that was testifying, that the attorney got enough out of the detective that Mr. Thomas was not needed. And also Mr. Thomas had a conflicting trial. Were there any other experts for mitigation? Well, they had a mental health expert out of Arizona. Did he evaluate Mr. Sievers? Yes, he did. And he was listed as a witness. And they said, was he used at trial? And she said, no. The two attorneys made a decision, and they decided not to use him. Any discussions of the team to speak with Jimmy Rogers? And she said, joking references, but no active discussion. So Mr. Mulmert and Miss Fitzgeorge were working together, but ultimately the cases were not tried together. They were severed. So up until that point, that was the understanding. They were going to use the forensics more for Jimmy Rogers' case. So Mulmert and everything had been just, working on the conspiracy. Well, now they severed the cases. So now another pickle, right? So Mr. Rogers' case went first, and that Jennifer Mulmert Wood, whatever, attended. She took notes. Transcripts were ordered from Jimmy's trial. They got the deposition of Curtis Wayne Wright. She attended that as well. They had discussions at team meetings on how to handle Wright's testimony. And Missouri participated right to the end, and he did not provide insight on how to impeach Curtis Wright's testimony. And Missouri participated in the jury selection, but this is another thing. The Mulmert woman, Jennifer, said that in life over death seminars, they were taught about what was called then at this time this Colorado version of picking jurors, and they did mock juries so that Mr. Mulmert could practice. They had score sheets, and Jennifer Mulmert was acting as a conduit between the experts and the attorneys. She spent a lot of time with Mr. Giordano working with him, and he was based in Miami, but he came in right at the end to prepare the mitigation, and that's when they prepared this big packet. And after Sievers was found guilty, well, Mr. Giordano and Jennifer Momert, and a few others spent a lot of time preparing that PowerPoint for the penalty phase, but Mr. Mazur did not use that. Okay, when he was shown it for the first time, he had to make some changes, and he wanted to better the flow of it, but he didn't do it. And it was a step-by-step presentation of Mr. Sievers was the main theme, was his life, that he was a good family man, a good father, that he did charity stuff, he did things with his daughters, he had divorced parents, and they asked him, did Mr. Mazur do any of that, use any of that? And she answered no. So then that was the end of their questioning. The state did the cross. They said, is your job title paralegal? Yes, but you're not a bar certified paralegal. No. You were very involved in Mr. Sievers' defense. Yes, she said. Let's see what this is. That she did a lot of arguing with the prosecutors to get all the discovery they needed, and she was in, every aspect of this. They said Mr. Momert and Mr. Fega both knew they were not death qualified, correct? Yes. Mr. Sievers knew they were not death qualified. Yes. The court knew? Yes. So they said there was nothing hidden, right? And she said that's correct. Despite this, Mr. Sievers wanted to keep the team on. Yes. And they sought out assistance, and they started working with Mrs. Fitzgeorge. And they had Al Wilson. They had a few other people there. And did you apply some of the things that you learned at these seminars in the Seaver case? And she said yes. And you hired experts? Yes. You had crime scene experts, medical experts, mitigation experts. Momert participated in state's expert witnesses. And when Jimmy Rogers, with the experts that they had, but then again, the trials were severed. So he said, when you guys went to Missouri, did you go on your own dime? She said yes. And you went to find documents to present in Mr. Sievers' defense. And you interviewed witnesses? Yes. Then he talked about the Ms. Murray with this Dropbox link issue she had. And they said, no other person had this, right? And you gave a lot of Dropbox links to all the other people, and nobody had problems except for Ms. Murray, right? That's correct. Did you spend time talking to Mr. Sievers about the case? She said yes. They said Mr. Momert is not a lawyer that holds the hands of the experts. He uses you to do that. Yes. Okay. And let's see. They said there was not a lot of time for Mr. Momert to adjust once the trial was severed, and they was not going to be tried with Jimmy Rogers. There wasn't a lot of time. He could have had more time. They talked again about that Colorado method of jury selection. Okay, and that you spent a lot of time with Mr. Giordano working with the PowerPoint, and that was not used. Certainly you would have liked to seen the whole thing used. She said yes. And then they asked her, you learned a lot about mitigation through this case? She said yes. Did Momert know a lot before? No. He learned a lot over the life and over death conferences that they attended, and they attended more than one of them while the case was, pending, the trial was pending. Let's see. Part of your duties was record keeping, so they went through about how she organized all the evidence. And then came Jenny Weckelman, that's Mark's stepmom since 1980. She said that Mark resided with him since he was 10 or 12 until 16. Did you have a good relationship with him? Yes. Were you asked to testify during the trial? Yes. About what? Mitigation. Did you find out what that was from the attorney? She says a lot of what she found out was through her own means. And they said that there was, did you provide a picture of your life on the islands? Was provided by you? Yes. And did you know that your role, that you would be testifying about your relationship with Mark? Were you asked to tell the truth? Yes. You knew they were going to be going over a timeline of when you met Mark as a boy to the present day? She said yes. You were going to talk about the different jobs he worked. She said, yes. He worked at a casino. Yes, she said, as a licensed nurse. Yes. That his nickname was Smiley because of his happy disposition. Yes. Then you talk about him as a father, his love for his children and their love for him. And then she would also talk about her daughter. Her daughter would be Mark's stepsister, who loved Mark like a brother. And she was also going to testify, the stepsister. And then they asked her, would it be fair to say that Mark had a lot of support growing up from his family and love? And she said yes. And then she was dismissed. The next person up was Mark Sievers' mom. And Mark Sievers' mom, we have a whole interview with Mark Sievers' mom. But she, God bless her, they pushed her with the chair and she goes, woohoo, 6 Flags. Okay, but her name is Bonnie Rita Sievers. She, they said, back to the original trial, were you asked to testify at the penalty phase? She said, I was just asked to testify. Were you aware of what you were going to testify about? She said, no. And they said, who did you work with mostly? And she said, mostly that Jennifer Wood lady, you know. Anyone explain to you what you would be testifying about? She said, not really. Did they talk to you about the type of questions? No, but they said due to Mark's, she said they mentioned something like due to Mark's upbringing, something might have happened that caused this to happen. And she said, no, that's not true. She told them that's not true. She met with Jennifer about this, and they said, do you recall a presentation they made for the trial? She said there was talk of a presentation and pictures, and they asked her, did they ask you to contribute things, maybe pictures? She said maybe, but she was nervous. She doesn't really remember. And she said that they said, did Mummert say anything? And she said, well, he wanted me to answer yes or no to the questions, and mitigation might have been explained to you. Maybe, do you know? She couldn't remember. She said they wanted to see if something happened to Mark, and she said, no, Mark had a normal childhood. And they said, most of your contact was with Jennifer Mummert? Yes. Then the state did question, and they said Mark had a normal childhood? Yes. A stable home? Yes. He was loved? Yes. Your role about the trial was to talk about your son? She didn't know if it was explained that way. And they said, but you did testify? Yes. And you talked about your relationship in childhood? She said she wasn't clear on everything she said. But they said, what about Mark interacting with her father? And she said, yes, I hope I did. He was a caretaker to my father, and he gave him his insulin shots, and he took him on a cruise when he was 97, and they call him Pawpaw, and he had all the women line up and hug him, and he loved it. And you shared that with the jury. She says, I hope I did. And they said, what the record says you did, will you believe that? She said, yes. Oh, great. She loved that. Did you tell him he was a good father? Yes. Did you tell them that, the jurors, that he loved his girls? Yes. And they loved him? Yes. No further questions. Okay. Now Jimmy Rogers comes. Okay. And this is quite the story. So hold on. I may want to get something up here. Hold on a minute with Jimmy Rogers. Okay. Are you guys here? Is the appeal? No, they finished the appeal today, Mercedes. They have to wait till the court transcripts come out, and then they have, hi, Jess Pepper, Debbie Two Scooter, they have 45 days from when they get the transcripts to write their reports, and then that'll go to the judge, and the judge will, they'll I guess, make their decision there from that. Now, hi, Alicia. So, who watched this today? I want to know, now that there's more people that have come in, who watched this today? Can I get an answer? If anybody watched this today, especially Jimmy Rogers. Jimmy the Hammer. Hi, Just Pepper. Who watched Jimmy the Hammer's story? I'm going to get Jimmy the Hammer up on the screen here. Hold on a minute. While I do that, you please type in your answer if you watch Jimmy Rogers. Let's see. Jimmy is only 35. Okay. But I'll tell you what I thought. Where's my Jimmy Rogers? I want a certain picture of Jimmy. I can't get it. This was, I just have to say something. This was, for those of you that are OGs here, the OGs here at Mommy Ramblings, have to remember this of Jimmy Rogers, because this is where many of us learned so much about the turtle suit was from this picture right here. This picture of Jimmy Rogers, we learned so much about this turtle suit. I think we had an entire live about the turtle suit. And any OG will remember that. Oh, because, wait a minute. It was also this picture of Jimmy Rogers. Because it was this one especially. I'm sorry, I almost, let me get this. It was this picture with this turtle suit that we didn't know what in the world he was in court with, okay? And then put it together with the other turtle suit. Oh boy. Oh boy. But Jimmy Rogers was really very strange in court today. Let me get this. Okay. All right, let's see here. You better be writing in there about what's going on, okay? What's going on here? What did I do here? Let me do it this way. Oh my gosh. All right, I'm just going to put my thumbnail up because, hold on a second. This is Jimmy Ray Rogers right here. Okay. This is Mark Sievers. We'll get to you later, Mackenzie, and your freaking. So this is the guy I'm going to tell you about. This guy right here, who came in with quite an attitude and quite a story today. Quite an attitude, quite a story. Before, let me get to the. Where the heck are you guys? Okay, here you are. Who watched it today? Let's see what you guys are saying. It would be... Okay, let me see here. Okay, let's see what's going on here now. Oh, I'm going to get over here. Hi. He is buddies with Wade Wilson on the inside. Alicia, hold on a minute. I got to catch up. Slow it down. Let me see. Okay, hold on. I want to catch up to this. Okay, hang on. I want to catch up to what you guys are saying, okay? Because it's important to me. Uncry Me, are you here? Hi, Uncry Me. I see somebody talking to you. I didn't see you yet. Hi, Uncry Me. Your crochet kit got delivered. You're all ready for craft night on Friday. Yay. Okay, let's see what we got here, okay? We might do craft night on Thursday. Might come early. Might be a Festivus miracle. I don't know. It depends, because I might be going out on Friday night, so we might do it on Thursday night. Okay, let's see this now. Hi, Jen Grill. Okay. I'm trying to see where, because Alicia, Alicia. I don't remember if they said that, Liza Ann. What? What did Liza Ann say? Why can't I see what Liza Ann said? Why do I remember thinking it was proved that Mark Sievers was in the home? No, Mark Sievers was not in the home. He was definitely in New York State, 100%. Okay. How do you not have paperwork, medical records if head injuries would be listed and treatment, right? For fireflies, let's see. Now I don't either, Debbie Two Scooter. I might have just assumed. Okay. Alicia says, has she already read the Shirilla? No, I have not. No, Luna Jane said, yes, she did. No, Luna Jane, I have not read. I have not read the Shirilla text tonight. She's talking about the ones from last night that I'm continuing on. There is more tonight, Luna. Okay. And Alicia says she is confused. And Debbie says, I hope not. Liza Ann says, there's more, Luna. She'll be reading after this. Alicia says, hi, Debbie. Luna says, okay. Liza Ann says, that's what I remember Carolyn saying. Let's see. Luna says, I'm at work, so I will be in and out of chat. Okay, Luna, thanks for coming in. Come back in. Mark Sievers gives you the heebie-jeebies, Alicia says. Liza says, Just Pepper, you'll be here for the Rosie reading, won't you? Just Pepper said, I'm here for it all. Yay. Okay. Alicia says, I think he could win his appeal. Liza Ann says, I agree. Alicia Nelson, he creeps me out. His acting in his interrogation was so fake, he has no soul. Debbie says, creepy AF. Who are we talking about? Ew, 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 hot, really gross. Who are we talking about now? Wait, I'm missing this. Mark Sievers, okay. Then Alicia, yes, he gives me the creeps. Okay, during his conviction and sentencing. Let me see. Hi, Mercedes. And then, let's see. Mercedes says, what case is this? Liza says, Mark Sievers. Just Pepper says, right, it's Mark Sievers Appeal, and today's the second day. No, it's over today. Just Pepper, it finished today. They got it all in, all of it. Mercedes says, I'm losing interest in, that's good, because we can't live by Mackenzie alone. It ended today, but there's no decision made because they have to wait for the transcripts to come out. Okay, but we're going to talk about little Jimmy Rogers the Hammer Turtle Soup Man, his story today, because it was, wow, he really wrote a story. Okay. MSL and everybody. Okay, you ready? All right, let's talk about who watched, but who watched today? You guys didn't answer me. Who watched today? Because I just want to know did anybody watch Jimmy's story? Okay, well, I'm going to go through Jimmy's story. And when his stuff doesn't make sense, I'm going to tell you. Okay? And I'm going to tell you, I don't believe Jimmy's story at all. At all. All right, let me get over here to my notes. Okay, Jimmy Rogers was the next witness. He takes the stand. I actually wrote no turtle suit. He said he did not know Mark Sievers at all. They asked him if he was ever convicted of a felony. He said yes, 3. Have you been incarcerated before this? He said yes, from the age of 18. And it was twice. He's 35 years old now. They wanted to know how old he was in 2019. He said 29. They asked him again, how do you know Mark? He said, I met Mark during the wedding of Curtis Wayne Wright. And they said, how do you know Curtis? And he said, well, I was incarcerated with him when we were in jail in Genevieve, Missouri. And they have open pods there, he said, and then it was segregated by race. And he was the only other white guy in there. So they had us together. And they said, did you have a personal benefit by being friends with him? He said, well, yeah, the guy was a martial arts expert, and it's a good guy to have on your side, right? They're both 5'10". So they asked Jimmy Rogers about his life. He said, my mother passed away at the age of 9 when Jimmy Rogers was 9. She took her own life. His dad passed away of a heart attack when he was 17. So they said, okay, from the age of 17, you were living on your own. He said, well, my brother was never appointed as guardian. He had 2 half-sisters, one in his life, and the other one he really doesn't even know. He was 20 years old when he met Curtis Wayne Wright in that pod. And they said, were you close with your brother? He said, I was close after. We were separated for many, many years, and then we became close. And when your father died, was he around? He said, no, my brother was in Iraq. He was in the military, stationed overseas. Okay. You really didn't, it's safe to say you don't have a lot of family? No. So he was with Curtis in that pod for about 1 year, and then they both went to different prisons. And during that time they were together, Curtis had Jimmy writing to one of his cousins, and Curtis stayed in touch. Curtis got out of prison first, and Jimmy was in prison in Kansas. And let's see. So he was writing, they got to be friends with his family, yes, and you made contact even after you were released from federal prison, and Jimmy says yes. Okay, so there's something about Jimmy's approved home plan using Curtis Wayne's, at the time, his wife at the time's address for some reason, but he didn't really live there. He was just using the address. And did Mr. Curtis Wayne Wright incorporate you into his family? He said, I got to know many of the people that he knew, but he was staying on his own. Okay, and then they said, when you were incarcerated, did you have mental health analysis? And he said, yes, he was prescribed Buspar for a diagnosis of PTSD. And they said, what did that PTSD look like? And he said, night sweats, night terrors, lots of triggers, and they were around blood. Blood was a big trigger for him. They said, did you continue counseling? He said, yes. He started to go to talk therapy when he was out. Did you have any other hospitalizations for any kind of mental health matters? No. Okay, so he met a girl when he was getting ready to be released, and he moved to her hometown, and he got a job with a construction company. This is Jimmy Rogers. and the guy he worked for helped him, and they said, did you stay in contact with Curtis? Yes. And what he said is that he worked this construction job, but he also did jobs on the side with Curtis Wainwright, and Curtis Wainwright was on disability, so he worked these other jobs for cash under the table kind of thing, right? And let's see here. And then where did you meet Mark Sievers? He said he met Mark Sievers at Curtis's wedding in May of 2015. And he said he was the last guy to show up to the wedding party, and he was the best man. So what was happening was the wedding party was all at someone's home, drinking, smoking, before they were going to go off to this bar. And Mark had not arrived yet, so they were all waiting for Mark until they could go to the bar. And Curtis Wainwright's bride-to-be, Angela, already had people at the bar, and they were waiting on Mark, and, you know, everybody was waiting on Mark, and he finally showed up. And they said, you know, he said, he didn't like Mark. And why not? He said he was a one-upper. They said, what's that? He said he's always trying to outdo the person. So he's like, you know, I'll give you an example. One guy said, you know, he liked this Corvette. And then Mark said, oh my gosh, I had this Corvette. Mine was bought brand new, and this and that. And then when they talked about motorcycles, it was one-upping, you know, a one-upper kind of guy. So they all went back and spent the night in this single wide trailer. So that would have been Curtis Wainwright, Angie Wright, Mark, and then Jimmy Rogers, and the girl that he was with at the time. We'll hear more about his girls in a second. And then the next day, he said that there was also part of the time that Curtis went away with some other person, came back, and he was definitely high, and he explained that Curtis Wainwright, what he says, did methamphetamine. And you'd see it because he'd be sweating and all kinds of things. Okay, so he said that, did Mark ever leave from that single wide trailer that night? He said no, he didn't. Would you know? He said, yeah, I would hear the car doors slamming and everything. I don't believe he did. He was there, you know, in the morning and everything. So then they all had to go to a park the next day, because that's where Curtis and Angie were getting married. Let me see if I can, hold on. Okay, hang on. All right, let me put up a wedding picture, okay? Picture pages, picture pages. Okay, here's Mark and Curtis Wainwright at the wedding. Alrighty, so let me go back to my notes. Okay, so the next day they had to go to this park, and everybody went over there to set up for this wedding. But what happened was, when they got there were a bunch of soccer moms that were sitting on tables, and they wanted to set those tables up, but that's when they found out they reserved this park and this pavilion and tables and stuff, but they reserved it for only a short window of time. And they didn't realize there was a soccer game going on before that. So they were in a real time crunch now. So, hold on a minute. I've just moved my notes, and now they're all... Okay. So they were in a time crunch. The soccer moms were sitting on the table. So they started doing what they could. So they got the barbecue going, and they asked him where was Mark. And he said Mark was there. He was setting up. He was setting up chairs. And did Mark ever leave? No. Was Curtis there? Yeah, he was there. He was setting up as well. And what kind of barbecue did you have? He said hot dogs, hamburgers, simple stuff, nothing spectacular. They asked who picked up the meat. And he said that Curtis picked up the meat with a friend who had a pickup truck by the name of Matt Holloway. They came back with the meat, and they were setting up. And then everyone leaves. The wedding happens. Next time you see Mark, they said. He said, never, ever. Eventually, he came back into your orbit. He said, well, Wayne said that after about 60 days from the wedding, he was contacted by Wayne. And Wayne asked him if he would go with him to Florida. Now, he said that Curtis Wainwright had been talking, and see, it's so hard. Even the prosecutor said this, that sometimes we call him Curtis, sometimes we call him Wayne, and sometimes we call him Mr. Right, but he's all the same person, right? Yes, and we don't want to call him Mr. Right because he's Mr. Wrong. But, okay, so I'm going to try to use the Curtis Wainwright. Okay. Anyway, Curtis Wainwright had been going around and telling everybody he was going to Florida, and he had been talking about it for weeks. So then his wife, Angela Wright, he called Jimmy and said, hey, Angie's having a hissy fit because she was going to go with me, but she can't get time off work now. And he asked because he needed help to drive to Florida. So they're like, why does he need help to drive to Florida? And he said, well, that's because of his traumatic brain injury. He can't drive at night because the lights give him seizures. And Jimmy Rogers said that he told Curtis Wainwright that he was not going to do it. No way, not doing it. They said, now this is funny. They go, how come you weren't doing it? And he goes, because he was hosting. Now listen to this, guys. Jimmy Rogers, Jimmy the Hammer Rogers, the guy with the dark hair, was hosting a baby shower. He was hosting a baby shower. Listen to this. For one of the women he was seeing. So they said, well, wait a minute. I thought you were with Taylor Schumacher. He said, no, we weren't seeing each other. He said he was sleeping with 3 to 4 women a week. And they said, but what about Taylor? He said, well, I was having sex with Taylor every day, and she was trying to befriend these other women to get them out of my life. But so they said, I guess it's not to rehash it, but you guys were not in any kind of monogamous relationship. And he said, Taylor lived with him. They did have sex every day, but they were both seeing others, and he was having sex with other women, and Taylor was having sex with other women and men. Okay. So he was also having sex with Curtis's stepdaughter, and Taylor, again, was having sex with other men and women, but he had said no, he wasn't going to do this, but then he was called up by Angela, Curtis's wife, and she was very emotional because she was mourning the loss of her daughter, the one that Jimmy had a relationship with. She passed, and he felt sorry for Angie, so he decided he would go with Curtis, okay? So he didn't keep it a secret. He said he told everyone he was going to Florida with Curtis. You know what I thought about? Not once did anyone speak today. I thought they rented a car, but nobody spoke about a rental car today. Nobody. So anyway, he didn't keep it a secret. He said Curtis didn't keep it a secret, and Curtis had told him that he worked for the Sievers regularly, He was their IT guy. He set up their computers for their home, for their business. He went down there several times a year. And they also had to do a painting job while they were down there. And Curtis Wainwright wanted to leave Friday, but Jimmy said, no, hey, I can't, I'm working. And he likes to put in like 60 hours a week, okay? So he told his shift coordinator that he was leaving. He had to go out of town to Florida. And he brought 2 painter's uniforms. Now, this guy, I thought Jimmy Rogers might have had an endorsement that he was doing with the 3M painter's tape, okay? Because, listen to me, guys, if you're painting, Jimmy Rogers says, do not even go down to that Dollar General and get any of that imitation painter's tape. You have to use the really, really good 3M painter's tape, because that painter's tape will give you crisp edges. The paint will not seep underneath, and when you go to take it off, it's not going to stick. And he's a stickler for doing a good job. So he told us multiple times when he listed his things that he brought were the 2 painter's uniforms, the good painter's tape, 3M. Not every blue painter's tape is the same. Jimmy wants you to know that. He bought his paint rollers, his edgers, booties, and some specific tools that he knew that Curtis didn't have for the job. And they asked him, did you bring a hammer? He said, no, he did not bring a hammer. Okay? And Wendy Kreider, whose baby shower it was, she was having Jimmy's baby, that he was supposed to be hosting. He told her, he told the shift coordinator, he told someone else he works with. Oh, he also brought gloves and specialty tools, right? Those specialty tools. But again, that he buys that really good painter's tape and not the stuff at the Dollar General. Got the painter's clothes from where he works. He uses them all the time to protect his clothing, whether he's doing automobile work or work around the house. He's really into those coverall jumpsuits, okay? And he does painting jobs in Florida, and he always wears the jumpsuits. So that's why he brought those with him. He brought his phone, and he said that Curtis Wainwright had a flip phone, and he also had a backpack that he had with all of his computer stuff, his nerd stuff, he says. And they had GPS in their car, and he said that, when did he tell you that you were going there to kill someone? And Jimmy Rogers said, he never told me we were going there to kill someone, never. Okay, and it was a 19-hour ride from where they were in Missouri to Florida. And they stopped for food. They didn't get a hotel room. They drove through, but they stopped for food. And at that time, there was a flood by the Mississippi Bridge, and they took pictures of that. And Jimmy Rogers says it was like a mini vacation. He took a lot of pictures along the way. I remember this from the first round we did with this. And I remember Jimmy Rogers got Taylor Schumacher, this sign or something. And it was like, I don't know, it was like this really corny sign you wouldn't imagine, like my kids live here or something, like sticky floors. It was something along those lines, and he brought her that back. But if you listen to Jimmy Rogers, at this point, he wasn't even dating Taylor Schumacher. Okay? Keep that in mind. Yet he bought all these souvenirs. A lot of this stuff does not fit. It reminds me of the detective book I read when I was a kid, and they'd tell a story and you'd have to pick out the stuff that just didn't fit. Okay. So anyway, he says that they took these pictures. Well, when did you leave? They were supposed to leave 4 a.m. on that Saturday. But he said that Curtis did not show up until 7 or 8 a.m. And when he did, did he say sorry late? He said no. He just came on in and he had some breakfast with me and Taylor. And he looked high. What do you mean he looked high? Well, his beard was grown out and handsome. He was grinding his teeth and he was sweating really bad. And he said that he looked like he'd been on a drug binger, and he lets his hygiene go bad. So he said Curtis Wainwright would get Adderall from his brother-in-law, and I think he said Mark's former stepson. And now I remember something about that wacko stuff in there. Remember didn't Mark marry, is Mark the one that, remember that case where somebody married somebody really old? No, that wasn't this case. You know what? I just had like 2 cases come to me today, and I'm so freaked out that I can't remember. Remember that one where that lady married, she literally like married her stepdad or something in order to get some kind of insurance for somebody. Remember that? I think that was like out towards Arizona. I forget what the heck that case was, but I think he had something where he married an older woman or something because he had to get, there was something going on, okay? They didn't dwell on that today, and we'd have to revisit that with the whiteboard. But they said that he likes to call his Adderall his little Skittles. Yep, and so he's got his Adderall. What else does he have with him? He's grinding his teeth. He's jittery on the car ride, really jittery. And he talks about his marriage, and his marriage is going to shite. 60 days after his marriage is going to shite. But he said it's after his stepdaughter passed away. And did he talk to you about what you were going to be doing? He said no. We were going to go to the beach. And he talked about how Mark's kids call him uncle and how he's so excited to see Mark. And whenever he speaks about Mark, he's smiling. Okay? And they said, what is your understanding of Mark and Curtis? And he said his understanding is that Mark and Curtis have a homosexual relationship that they keep from their wives. He said that Curtis told him about the gay things that he did with Mark when they were teenagers, and that Angela had asked Jimmy if she thought her husband was gay, and then they kind of struck that, so he couldn't speak about that. And then he said he was speaking about the reasons he comes down all the time, and that is to hide his relationship with Curtis and to hide their gay relationship from their wives. Okay, where were you going to stay? He said at Mark's. Did Curtis tell you to expect someone in the family to be there? He said, no, I just expected someone from the family was going to be there. He said he never told you at any point you were going there to commit a murder. And he said, no, never. So they got to Florida. He said it was very early in the morning. The sun was coming up. And they went straight to the Sievers house. And they parked in the driveway. And he said that Curtis opens the garage door with the keypad. And they said, you parked in the driveway? You didn't park down the street? No, we parked in the driveway. And they grabbed their bags, with their clothes that they were going to spend the night with. And they went into the garage, and then Curtis closed the garage door. And they then walked into the house. And he said when he walked into the house, they walked in, and it's like a hallway by the kitchen, and there's a little keypad. And Mark did something to the little keypad. And then he called the dogs by names. And then he was all excited, and he was hollering for Mark and hollering for Mark. And he told Jimmy to stay there and they around the kitchen. And he vanished, and then he came back, and he told Jimmy that no one's home. We got to go. We can't stay here when nobody is here. And Curtis mixed up the times. He said that he was supposed to be coming down to Florida. And they said to Jimmy, have you ever observed Curtis doing that before? And he said, all the time, because of his traumatic brain injury, he's to blame. So what did you guys do? So he said, we went to the beach and sightseeing. And he says, wait a minute. Oh, and Jimmy told him prior to this, okay, listen to me, that Jimmy was financially set, okay? He had his bills paid for more than like that. He wasn't looking for extra money. He had, just remember, he was working 60 hours a week, okay? He was doing okay. So they said, what were you promised to come down and help Wayne? And he said he was going to give me $100. And they're like, wait a minute, you did this for like $100? And he said, well, but he's also going to pay for this little vacay for us. But you didn't need the money. You said all your bills were paid. Yeah, but it was this like vacay. Later on, he says something about he thought it was going to be like Miami with all the young girls, and yet there were all these older women there. Anyway, he said that they would go back later in the day, and that the Sievers were still on their trip in New York, but they would be back later, and they'll go back to the house later. So they went out, and then he said, first, before we could go to the beach, we had to go out to Walmart and get stuff. Oh, what kind of stuff did you have to get? He said, well, I had swim trunks, and I brought my water shoes. This is funny. But he said that, now this doesn't make sense, okay? This is another thing that doesn't make sense in his story. His story is this, that he had his swim trunks, and he had his water shoes. But Curtis didn't have water shoes. And when his flip-flops got wet, they stayed wet. So it makes it sound like a suede, like they were, he said, and they made a sloshing sound. Well, how did his flip-flops get wet? This reminds me just of that detective book that I read when I was a kid. How did his flip-flops get wet? How did his flip-flops get wet? Did they get wet? I'm gonna help Jimmy Rogers out here. Did they get wet when they were taking pictures of the flooding in Mississippi? Did they get wet because it was raining somewhere? How'd they get wet? Okay, so they had to go for towels to Walmart. They had to go get swim shoes for Curtis. He said they had to get something for them to put their wallet and their phone and their stuff in and their glasses or whatever at the beach because they were ill prepared. Their watch, yeah, they had to go get all of that stuff. So they went there, and then they went to the beach, and then they went, I guess he said, like down this boardwalk, and he was talking about this one souvenir shop is just like the other. They have the same things in them. They didn't know it at the time. But he was collecting seashells, and so was Curtis, and he was going to bring seashells back for Taylor. But it's funny, Jimmy Rogers has the one girl that's pregnant having his baby that he was going to host the baby shower for, but he never mentions bringing her back anything, okay? He never mentions bringing anything back for that baby she's going to be delivering soon. Never, never. He only mentions getting stuff for Taylor, which we're going to find out he supposedly wasn't even dating at the time. Okay? So keep this all in mind in Jimmy Rogers' new version of the story that he's been working on, because Jimmy Rogers has the transcripts of his trial. He has his discovery. He's got all this stuff, and he has been working on this story. Anyway, so he says that they were picking up all kinds. He got Taylor a Fort Myers t-shirt. So they said, you got her a Fort Myers t-shirt, so you were in hiding. You were in Florida. He's like, no, I told you guys that. Got her seashells. We both got her, somebody got an alligator head. They'd taken pictures. They weren't hiding anything, taking lots of pictures. He bought little shot glasses, again, for him and Taylor. He doesn't mention that sign that he got her. And that's in the original one, okay? And there's even a picture of it. So he says he talked to Taylor the whole time he was in Florida. Why only Taylor? What about these other girls? He's Okay, anyway. The whole time he was there, and they end up going back to the Sievers' house, and they say they're just going to pull in the driveway and wait for them to return. Okay, and meanwhile, he's talking to Taylor, and he's getting out when he smokes a cigarette. So he's not hiding at all. They're right out in the driveway for everybody to see, he says. And then while they were sitting in the driveway, a van pulls in. Okay, he doesn't say anything to them. I think that's a little funny, right? So imagine Teresa Sievers is now in this van coming from the airport, sees a strange car in her driveway, doesn't say a darn thing to them, right? Just clicks the garage door opener, and they're like, wait, weren't you blocking her? And they're like, no, there's room where she can pull in, into her side. So they want us to believe that Teresa Sievers pulled into the driveway, hit her garage door opener, and went into the garage. Okay? And when she pulls in, they get out of the car, right? They pop the trunk and get their stuff. And Teresa is walking around the van, and he makes another mistake here. And even the person that was questioning him was like almost giving him, like leading him a little bit, because he was saying like, well, what, she's getting her luggage out? What door does she have open? And he goes, the driver's side door. Well, how the freak are you getting your luggage out? And we saw the size of Teresa's suitcases. They were big. Okay? He never said, he could have said she had them on the side and she opened the sliding door, but no. Jimmy Rogers says she had the driver's side door open and she was getting her stuff out. Well, he's made another mistake right there, right? Driver's door, grabbing her stuff out. And he said that, let's see what happened here, that the minute she saw them come around, he said that Teresa said, let's see, what are you doing here? And he said he messed up the times. And they walked into the garage and that she shut the garage door. Why the freak would she shut the garage door? She's got these guys, and we know she doesn't know Jimmy Rogers because she didn't go to the wedding. So if she didn't go to Wayne's wedding, and he only knows Mark Sievers from the wedding, she has no flipping idea who Jimmy Rogers is, okay? She's supposed to be very irate with Curtis Wainwright. What the freak is she going to shut the garage door and shut them in the garage, right? She's going to want them to turn around, get the H out of there. So Jimmy messes that up too, okay? Another part of the story. And then he says that she said that he was expected to show up next weekend. And they said, well, this is out of the ordinary for you, right, Jimmy? I said, yeah, because when I go into people's houses, it's to do work, and they're very receptive when I show up. So he didn't expect this, right? And so then he said that Curtis Wainwright was already in a bad mood, and he had he was angry and high energy. Well, I mean, this guy was at the beach with his new water shoes and buying souvenirs. He didn't sound like he was very agitated, angry, and in a bad mood, right? He sounded like he was probably pretty chill. He's buying alligator heads. He's buying, a shark tooth necklace he bought. Yeah. So come on now. And he bought that for his younger daughter. He has another daughter who's like 10 years old, Curtis Wainwright, okay? So he didn't make him sound angry or agitated or anything. Anyway. But he's having this big fight, he says, with Teresa Sievers. And he's getting really, really, really angry about all of this stuff. So he's angry, and he sees a hammer on the chest freezer. And he picks it up, and he hits Teresa Sievers. Well, Jimmy messes up again there. Right? Because what about the blood pattern? Now he's got her hitting her in the garage. And he said that Teresa Well, and he said also that Curtis Wainwright hit her in the front of the head. And that Teresa runs away, gets into the house, and is starting to run down the hallway, to which Curtis Wainwright is running after her. Okay? He messes up this story so many times. I wish some of you watched this. And they said, did you bring your hammer with you, Jimmy? No. Do you use a hammer in your job? He said, yes. And when did this happen where he hit her with the hammer? He said they were in front of the minivan by the freezer. And he strikes her. She takes off running down the hallway into the kitchen. And Curtis Wainwright is chasing her. And Jimmy is chasing Wayne, saying, stop, stop. Okay, and they end up in the kitchen by the dishwasher. And he says that he swings her to the ground. And then, as he's saying this, he says he grabs that Curtis Wainwright is grabbing Teresa Sievers by her hair. And Jimmy is, well, he's in waist chains, so his hands are handcuffed, but he clenches both fists as if he's holding two big handfuls of Teresa Sievers' hair. And the lawyer asking the question says, does he have a hammer in his hand? And I don't know if Jimmy got it that he messed up again, okay? Because he said prior to that Curtis Wainwright grabbed Teresa Sievers by the hair and he swings her to the ground the way they do when they're throwing one of those balls, like in that Olympic, the Olympic Games, like the shot put, right? So he's like, well, tell me how he's doing that again. That's when Jimmy Rogers has both of his hands clenched and he's trying to show a swinging motion, to which the lawyer says, does he have a hammer in his hand? Oh, yeah, he's got a hammer in his hand. Okay. So he messed that up, right? Okay. Wants us to believe that he grabs her by the hair, swings her to the ground, and then he takes his one arm on Teresa's back and like shoves her down, and he starts hitting her with the hammer. Okay, and he says something that like she was going on the phone when she was there, making it sound like she had her purse or something, but he says he doesn't say that. He just says there's a bunch of stuff on the ground, and he only knows that because Curtis Wainwright starts to kick away her phone, that maybe Teresa was going for her phone. Okay, so then he says he puts his hand on her back and he starts striking her with the hammer, and Jimmy's there saying, stop, stop, stop. He can't recall everything. It happened so fast and she was dead so quickly. Okay, so where were you standing, Jimmy? He said he was standing by the fridge when you first walk in, and he's still wearing his swim trunks. Are any of you wearing the coveralls? Neither of us are wearing the coveralls. Nobody has booties on their shoes or anything, right? He's in his swim trunks, but hey, he's in his work boots because he took off his water shoes because they were wet. Okay? But he's got his swim trunks and work boots. Curtis has his swim trunks and his new nice water shoes on. They said, at any point of time, did you put on gloves or the coveralls? No. And he said after Teresa went limp, he said that Curtis Wainwright looks back and he's crying. He's so angry. And he points the hammer towards Jimmy Rogers' face. And he puts his arms up. And Jimmy says, I didn't see shite. And he walks down the hallway to the garage. Now let's think about this, okay? We're to believe, and we know from the crime scene how bloody it was, we're to believe that Curtis Wainwright was wearing his water shoes, which probably have a very distinctive tread on the bottom, and standing in all of this blood. And remember, they said that he'd have blood all over the front of him. We know he'd have blood all over his feet because of the amount of blood on the floor. And he points the bloody hammer at Jimmy, and then he walks into the garage. What do you think is going to be there? It's going to be bloody footprints all over the place, right? These bloody footprints are never mentioned. So apparently he's saying that Curtis Wainwright walks down the hallway to the garage. And he says to Jimmy, we got to make this look like a burglary gone wrong. And he still has the hammer. And then he puts that bloody hammer on the freezer. And then he takes the suitcases that Teresa Sievers had out of the car, you know, the one she got out through the driver's side door. And he has a lot of blood on him. They said, do you have blood on you? No, I don't have any blood on me. And he said, you know, he's watched a lot of CSI, Jimmy Rogers has, and he's thinking, wow, I've got to get my fingerprints off anything I touched in this place because, wow, they're going to think we did this. So he used his shirt and he started to wipe down prints from the keypad. Well, he didn't have his prints on the keypad, but Curtis did, right? So he's doing a favor for Curtis. And then he says, and I started to wipe down the motorcycle because we had stopped to look at the motorcycle. We had touched the handlebars and stuff. So he's wiping that all down. They said, hey, how'd you know how to do that? Oh, just CSI shows. Common sense, he says. So they said, well, where is Curtis Wainwright when you're doing all this? He says, well, he went back in the house. And I guess he didn't mention it exactly, but he picked the hammer up again. And he went back in the house and he started standing and leaning over Teresa and he starts calling her names. And he continues to hit her with the hammer. He said he had, he tells Curtis Wayne, hey, he looks, I guess he goes in there. He's like, I've had enough of this. I'm leaving. And he says at that point, Curtis Wayne turns around and he takes his t-shirt and he wipes the handle of the hammer and then he drops the hammer on the floor. And then he goes to wash up in the kitchen sink. And they said he's washing up in the kitchen sink. Yeah, he's splashing all kinds of water because he's full of blood. He's putting all kinds of water on his elbows down to his hands and he's washing up. Okay, and then he washes up. Doesn't mention at all how he dries his hands. He doesn't mention any of that. He doesn't mention Curtis wiping the fingerprints off the faucet, any of the things you would imagine. Okay? He says then he gets a pry bar. Do you know where he got the pry bar? No. Well, he takes that pry bar and he goes make some marks in the garage door. He didn't know what he did with the pry bar after, doesn't know anything. Except that he wiped it off. And then he took his clothes off. Where? In the garage? I'm not told. Does he go into their bathroom and take a shower? Doesn't tell us that. He just says he strips off his clothes. And what does he do with them? He puts them in the backpack. Okay? And he puts on another pair of clothes because remember, they had luggage with them. They were going to stay there. So he gets dressed into new clothes. And they said, and Jimmy Rogers, you're going to get in the car with this guy that just killed this woman? He says, no choice. Okay, his post-traumatic stress disorder is really kicking in, and he just wants to get out of this house. Blood's a big trigger to Jimmy Rogers, remember? So they go to the car, they put their stuff in the trunk, and they set off back to Missouri. And he says that, I forgot to tell you guys, that while they were on the beach, Curtis Wainwright was snorting the Adderall. He was drinking alcohol. There was a lot of drinking alcohol at the beach. And so on this way home, he said Wayne is up, down, and all around. But we got a problem here, guys. Because I thought Curtis Wainwright was not able to drive at night. That his traumatic brain injury gave him seizures. And didn't Teresa Sievers arrive home at night? So wouldn't it have already been night? So that doesn't fit. Okay. Now, see, I've missed doing this. I have missed getting into a trial. I've missed revisiting this, and I've missed putting these pieces together. Anyway, I was thinking, like, when is the last time we've had... Okay. Anyway, he's up, down, all around. Now he can drive. He's not going to have seizures, according to Jimmy Rogers, and he's driving back. They're not taking pictures this time, right? No. And Jimmy Rogers, okay, listen to this one. He is calling Taylor Schumacher like crazy on the way back. And why is he doing this? Because he wants his phone to ping. This is reminds me of when Crystal Kenny said that when she was cleaning up the crime scene after Kelsey Barrett's murder, that she intentionally left that blood there because she wanted them to find out. So he is making all these calls because he wants his phone to ping. And they're saying, wow, Jimmy, that's amazing, because you just said, Curtis was the data guy, right? You weren't into all that, but you knew about phone pings and stuff back then, in 2015. You knew about the phone pings? And they're like, could you tell us what you knew about those phone pings? And he's just like, oh, no, I just wanted, if this guy's going to kill me, I want somebody to know where my location was, where I'm known, where it stopped, what happened to me. So I was talking to Taylor constantly. Okay, that's crazy, right? All right. So his PTSD was through the roof at this point. He said he's almost in a panic attack, okay? He's got these sweaty palms. He's got tremendous anxiety. Going back, they didn't take the pictures. They said, well, are you able to get back on a single tank of gas? No. They asked him how much gas cost back then. He said $1.75. So you had to gas up, yes. And did you tell Taylor what happened? He said, no, because Taylor said she had something serious to tell him when he got back to Missouri. So they went straight to Jimmy's house, and let's see. It says Curtis told Taylor fabricated story. Oh, so Jimmy Rogers' girlfriend, well, not his girlfriend, because it was not his girlfriend, even though Taylor asked Curtis, hey, how is your twin doing? Meaning Mark Sievers. And Jimmy Rogers says Curtis was joyful and happy like nothing happened. And he talked to Taylor, and then he whispered to Jimmy in his ear, and he said, hey, you say anything, you're going to be an accessory after the fact if you go to the cops. Bye now. Okay, and he left. After he leaves, Taylor informs Jimmy she's pregnant. And Jimmy asked her, do you want to keep it? And she says, yeah. So then he decides that they're going to start dating and try to make it work for the kid's sake. Because up to that point, he wasn't dating her. Okay, so, I mean, here's the thing. What about the other Kreider lady that he was hosting the baby shower with? Was he dating her and wanted to make it work for that kid? Like what's the deal? Okay. So, anyway, he was on probation. He wasn't supposed to leave his home state of Missouri. But he said, so they said, wow, come on. Jimmy, you're going to do that for $100? You're going to risk breaking your probation? He's like, yeah, come on. That's not a big risk. It's not, because I drink alcohol all the time. Hey, I go to the bar and I see the officers. They don't care. They don't. So he has alcohol in his house. Leaving the state, that's nothing. Not a big risk. And he is supposed to be Curtis's sponsor, but Curtis is not serious about quitting drugs anyway. So he doesn't even do drugs with Curtis. And they asked him where was his cell phone, and he said after meeting up with Wayne at a bar, because Taylor tried to extort Wayne with something that was on the phone, and then he said after Wayne got released from jail, he said to Taylor, he's going to be next. Curtis said, get rid of anything that connects him to Florida. Destroy everything. And that shows he went to Florida. Okay? So, Taylor, threw out those coveralls when she was coming back from her mom's house. She also destroyed the phone. She didn't want to destroy the phone because it had pictures of the kids and stuff on it. But she had to destroy the phone, he says, okay? And they asked, well, what did Curtis do with his bloody clothes? He said, well, they were in that backpack, and he threw his entire backpack into a trash can at a park. And they asked him, do you remember what park? And they said, okay. And he said, the GPS was Curtis Wayne's, right? And they said, well, didn't he hook your phone up to the GPS? And he said, oh, yeah, because they wanted updates on the traffic and the flooding. And he said that Curtis had a flip phone that he brought with him, which he says a work phone, but he said he really thinks it's a phone that he uses to hide his homosexual activities on. Okay. And hold on, I've got to go to my other set of notes for when the state got up there. Hang on, I got my other set of notes here. Let me see where you are, though, with me on this. I hope you're still with me. Are you guys still here? Okay, let's see what you're saying. Carolyn, how can he testify so differently? I know. Mark is so sick to call his neighbor to go check on Teresa knowing she's dead. I know, Just Pepper. Let's see what you said. Just Pepper said it's crazy. They have the same mannerisms too. Just Pepper, let's see what Just Pepper says. Hello, Sassy. Let's see. Now I keep looking at that pic that's up there. It's crazy how much they look alike. What are the odds? And what did Just Pepper say? Holding their drink in the same hands. Yeah, I know, right? Okay. You catching all the mistakes Jimmy's making in this story, right? Okay. So let me go to my other notes. Okay. So they're questioning Jimmy, and they're saying, hey, you didn't wear those coveralls into the house. Is that what you're wanting us to believe? You didn't wear those coveralls in there? That you never brought them in? He's like, no. And he's like, but you do know, right, that the DNA expert
said that there were fibers from the coveralls on Teresa's back. Yeah? Jimmy's like, yeah? And they're like, you know that they're on her back, the same fibers from the coveralls. Yeah? And then they said, you saw her purse on the ground, there was stuff on the ground. He goes, yeah, that was on there before he ever drew blood. Oh, they said before he ever drew blood. He said no, after, because he struck her in the face in the garage. So they said, okay. Well, after Mr. Wright goes into the house, and you guys went into the house when you first got there and nobody was there, why'd you leave? And that's when Jimmy said, because Curtis Wainwright said we can't stay when no one's home. And he said, wait a minute. The Sievers trust this guy with their alarm code and all this stuff, but they don't want him in the house when they're not there. Why would they have given him the alarm code? Okay, they didn't even say why would they have given the alarm code. They said, but I'm saying it. That doesn't make sense, Jimmy. Doesn't make sense. Okay. So then you didn't want to leave proof after coming back. Okay. So Miss Schumacher, okay, they said, how come you got rid of your phone? He said, I didn't. Taylor Schumacher did. She disassembled the phone. She broke it up into pieces and she threw it out the car window. Okay, and they said, well, didn't you hide your phone in a locker somewhere? And didn't they actually look for your phone? And he's like, I wasn't locked up in my locker. I don't even have a lock on my locker or something. He's like, so they go, okay, so let's get this. You want us to think that Taylor Schumacher's like the mastermind for this thing where she's breaking up your cell phone, throwing out your coveralls. And Jimmy Rogers says, no, she's not a mastermind. She only has an 8th grade education. She's not smart, he says. And let's see. They said, who's Jimmy the Hammer? And Jimmy Rogers says, I don't know. And they said, but wait a minute, on your Facebook page, don't you have a post that says I might be nuts and use a hammer, but I can cook? And he says, my name was never Jimmy the Hammer. I said, well, Taylor said you were called Jimmy the Hammer. Taylor doesn't know anything. Okay, and what about this other post on Facebook, Getting Stupid with Jimmy the Hammer? He said, I can't control who tags me as Jimmy the Hammer, and they're like page 6,640 of your discovery, and you've spent a long time going over your discovery, Jimmy, haven't you? Along with your trial transcripts, right? And Schumacher identified you as Jimmy the Hammer. And he's like, that's not correct. That's not my nickname. And they're like, okay, and you didn't wash your hammer at the crime scene? He said, I didn't have a hammer. I said, okay. And the conditions of your probation, you weren't supposed to leave the state. And he said, no one asked you to wipe the keypad and you knew how to do it anyway. And when did you tell Taylor that Curtis killed Teresa? And he said that there was a letter that he wrote to Mark's mother, right? He wanted Mark's mother to know some facts, okay? That her son was an innocent man. And he said, it's my word versus Curtis's word and evidence. And the evidence is on my side. And he said that Taylor changed her testimony and it was an error that Taylor said he told her we did it instead of saying Curtis did it. Okay, and that's, in a nutshell, Jimmy Rogers' story that he is somewhat sticking to, that's got so many mistakes in it, it's not even funny. And after they finished that, they both rested, and they said, okay, we'll wait for the transcripts to come out. When they come out, let us know, the judge said, and from then, you'll have 45 days to get your reports in, and that's where this is. So there's nothing, they're done. 2 days, and they're done. So that's that. Let me see what you guys are saying. Who's paying Jimmy with commissary? No. What delusional? Okay, I want to do something. Hold on a minute. Because Just Pepper, you mentioned, right? You mentioned the guy that Mark had to go into the house. Hold on a moment. Where did I put? Hold on a sec. Okay. That. Okay.
Is your emergency?
I'm at a friend's house. He's out of town, and I came here to check on his wife, and she's dead on the floor.
Okay.
The address is...
Okay, stay on the line. Sir, hold on,
Yeah.
stay on the line.
Yes.
Okay, you're doing very well. Good job. Just a moment, we're going to connect you. They're going to ask for the address. Email Fire, what is the address of the emergency? Okay, and is that a house or an apartment, sir?
The house.
Tell me exactly what happened.
My friend, she's a doctor. I'm a doctor. She came home last night. Her husband is in Connecticut, and she was supposed to go at 9 o'clock. She called me, and I was on my way to work, so I swung by, and she's dead on the floor. And there's a hammer at the side, and she's bashed in the back of the head.
Yeah, hold on, Lucy. Sheriff's officer, are you on the way? Yes, we are. Okay. All right, and so you said you're a doctor?
Yes, I am.
Okay, are you with her now?
I'm outside of the house because I don't know if there's anybody in the house.
Okay. All right, so how old is
She's 50-ish, 47-ish.
All right, sir, and is she awake?
No, she's dead on the floor. She's cold. The back of her head is bashed in, and there's blood everywhere.
Okay. All right, so I do have paramedics, the fire department, also law enforcement is on the line with us. Okay, they're going to be going out, okay?
Okay, okay.
So I want you to stay on the line one moment. Be sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay here till I get here because I don't know if there's still in the house.
Okay. All right.
Was right.
All right. Just stay on the line, okay? The sheriff's office has questions, and they're going to come to you on what to do next. Okay. Sir, are you inside the residence then?
No, I'm not. I'm standing in the driveway.
Okay. And then when you walked inside the house, you said the blood was dry, or what did you say?
Yeah, half the blood is dry, half is wet. And she's cold. She's dead cold.
Okay, and is the hammer sitting next to her, and you had left it, and did you touch anything?
No, I did not touch anything. I touched her. I shook her a little bit.
Okay.
She's dead cold.
All right, one moment. You're doing really well. So the last time you had seen her is what time?
Probably 2 weeks, 3 weeks ago.
2 or 3 weeks ago. Okay, and you said she returned today?
I don't know when she came back, but she was supposed to go back. She was supposed to go to work today at 9 o'clock. I knocked on the front door, and nobody answered. And the lights were on. I could see her purses on the countertop, and she didn't answer. I pounded, and he gave me the key code to get into the garage door. I opened the garage door, and the door leading to it was open. One of the dogs ran out. I don't know if he left or not. And I walked in. I just opened up the door, or walked in the door, and she's dead on the floor. And there's a big bash in the back of her head.
Okay, is the vehicle at her house or no?
The vehicle is at her house, yes, in the garage. The garage door was closed.
Okay, when you left, did you left the same way you entered, or did you leave the front door?
No. I touched her, and I just freaked out, and I walked outside.
Okay, when you walked outside, did you walk out the front door, or did you walk back out the garage door?
Back out the garage door, and I closed the door because the dogs were in there.
Okay, and so you were there because they asked you to take care of the house, is that correct?
Whatever.
And you received a call from work saying she wasn't there?
I don't know.
Okay, that's fine.
You know, he's her office manager.
Oh, she's the office manager of his business?
No, he's the office manager.
Okay.
Yeah.
And where is he right now?
I believe he's in Connecticut.
And you didn't see anything else, I mean, other than...
No, I didn't go in the house. I mean, I'm afraid somebody's in the house. I mean, somebody killed her.
Right.
I mean, it's a murder. Right? She's bashed in the back of the head.
Okay.
You know, I can't see her falling or anything like that. I just looked and I thought, my God, you know, she's my friend.
Right, exactly. And you're doing a fantastic job. I'm sure they're going to have a little bit further, more questions and everything for you. You're doing great, okay?
Okay.
I just let them know that you're outside.
The fire guys are here.
Okay, great.
And, let's go. Yeah, she's dead.
Okay, so that was the call. And let me see where you guys are. Yeah, he was a doctor. Yep, he is a doctor. Sweet like denim, how are you? Wait, what do you mean it's done? What happens now? They have to write their reports. And then, who's ever making the decision, I don't know, if they're going to have the whole board, with the judge or whatever is going to review that. But then they'll make a decision. Right? So hold on one second. I want to just, what do I do with, okay, let me see one thing here. Here's an audio of a neighbor.
This is Detective John Lathrop, Lee County Sheriff's Office. The date is June 29, 2015. The time is 11:38 a.m. This is reference case number 15-268297. That incident that occurred at 27034 Jarvis Road. Conducting a taped interview. The first name Marianne, Marianne. Last name Appleby, Appleby. White female, 102774. Miss Appleby resides at 27022 Jarvis Road, Bonita Springs, Florida, 34135. Her phone number is 239-404-4423, and she lives here with her husband, James Hicks. Is it his Hick or Hicks? Hicks. Mm-hmm. Her 3 children that are 10, 4, and 5, and Connie Hicks, her mother-in-law, which is actually like a detached apartment, but on the same property. Ma'am, my name is myself. Oh, is it? Actually. Oh, it just has a different entrance.
She has her own entrance there, but we go through the middle of the house.
Okay.
People before us kind of chopped it up, buddy.
Oh, okay. And we're conducting this taped interview at her residence. Ma'am, when I introduced myself to you, I told you I was a detective with the Sheriff's Office, correct?
Yes.
And as a policeman in the state of Florida, I can swear you in and take your statement just like in court. You understand?
Yes.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm the testimony about to give is true and accurate?
Yes.
Okay. We're here discussing your neighbors that live. It's like 2 or 3 houses down on the same side of the road. It's a gray house.
Yes.
This, I believe, is Mrs. Siever. And and her husband. Do you know how long have you guys lived here in the neighborhood?
We moved at the end of October 2014. So not quite a year yet.
Okay. And do you know Mrs. Siever or Mr. Siever, any of the kids or anything that live in the house?
Just casually, talking to them outside. I've seen their, 2 little girls outside.
Okay. And do you have any children they have?
I was thinking it was just the 2, but a lot of times they seem to have like people over in the pool and that, so sometimes it's hard to tell if there's any stepkids or something that come. I don't know.
And do you know anything about Miss Sievers, what she does for a living, or do you know anything about her work or social habits, anything like that? Okay.
No.
Anything about her medical history, anything like that? No. I know your neighbor. Sometimes people are closer than others.
No, I would just usually see her outside. A lot of times she's like watering her flowers and plants and things like that.
Okay. Do you see what vehicle she generally drives?
No.
Okay.
They would kind of come and go out of the garage, so I didn't really pay close attention, to be honest.
Okay. When's the last time you saw Mr. and Mrs. Sievers? For the kids and everybody down there?
I know at least, within the past week, because they had, like I said, a lot of times we hear people in the pool.
So you had people in the pool?
Yeah.
And did you, when's the last time you actually physically saw Mrs. Siever or spoke to them?
That's been a while.
Okay.
It's probably been more like a few weeks.
Okay.
Yeah.
And have you noticed anything unusual in the neighborhood? Any kind of burglaries? Any strange people in the neighborhood? Anybody that's that doesn't belong? Any vehicles? Anything like that at all recently?
The only thing that we tend to notice is that people tend to pull on this little road right here.
A little access road next to the
this
property.
little access road. It goes to our property and then the one next door to the little guy in the other corner. So sometimes people will stop here, but we'll generally kind of let them know that we see that they're stopped there because it's the private road and they're not supposed to be there. And actually, my husband saw, her husband. It was weird. He was like parked over here, and he was talking on the phone for like a long time.
When
like
was
parked
that?
right here. I don't know, but he could tell you better about that because I wasn't home at the time. But
you mean Mrs. Siever's husband parked?
Yes.
Okay. And what was
he didn't realize who it was at first, and then he was like, "Oh, it's him." He realized it was him.
Okay.
So it was kind of weird because he said he was parked over there for a while talking to
Anything else? Have you guys had any burglaries? Anybody breaking in the house? Anybody suspicious walking around?
No.
Were you guys home last night?
Yes.
Did you hear any kind of anything or any arguments, any fights, anything unusual?
Not last night.
Any dogs barking? Anything out of the ordinary?
Not last night.
Okay. Anything over the past few days?
No, I saw them arguing once. They were arguing pretty bad out in the front yard, but that was more like a few weeks ago.
How long was that?
It was a few weeks back. I was just walking the dog because we tend to walk our dog up and down this street. We walk them every day several times, and so no, they were just outside with the kids, and he was just yelling and cursing.
You know what he was yelling? You said he was yelling profanities. Could you overhear what the argument was about?
Not really, because I
know we tend to hear. It's okay if you're heard.
Not get involved.
If he was loud enough,
it was something innocuous, like take this and put it over there, or why are you doing that, or why did you do that, something
just
like
complaining
that.
about something she did. He didn't like.
Yeah, so they were kind of messing with some bags and stuff like that, and they had some big bags of stuff, whatever it was. And
like trash bags, like they were going to Goodwill or something, or luggage.
Like big, I don't know, like a big, the grocery bags you use, something like that, except bigger.
Okay.
Like people use their own grocery bags.
Oh, like the nylon canvas ones? Okay.
Yeah, something like that. They had a few of those, and they were messing with some stuff, and he was yelling at her for, I'm not sure what, but he was pretty upset. It was loud.
And you said this was in the past few weeks?
Yeah, it was like a few weeks ago when I was walking by. Yeah.
And you know if the police ever came out for that or anything like that?
I don't think so.
Did you see either one of them get physical with each other, hit each other, push each other, anything like that?
No.
Okay, did you hear him threaten her at all? Threaten or harm her?
No.
Okay. So it was just like an argument over whatever they were working on at the time,
right.
more or less. Then you haven't heard any problems, any complaints, anything unusual going on in the neighborhood, other than him parking here on the access road.
Yeah, no. Mm-mm.
Okay. Is there any other information you have about what happened?
No.
Okay, raise your right hand. You swear in front of the testimony.
Okay. She wasn't too informative, right? No. Not too informative. Let me see here. So, let me see if there's anything. The legal verbiage for what? Let's see here. Again, who watched Jimmy's story besides me? Who saw... Oh, shoot. Who saw Jimmy today give his story? I'm just wondering if you guys thought the same thing. Don't tell me Scooter thinks he's innocent now. You know what I want to see? Hang on for 1 minute. Let me see if I can find something very important. Hold on a second. I've got something I want to look at. Oh, look what I have. Okay, we got to look at this. We have to. Sorry, Mackenzie people. It's going to have to wait for a minute. Sorry, Mackenzie people. You're going to have to wait for a minute. I have to show you this. You want to see the letter that Jimmy wrote to the Mrs. Sievers? Uh-oh. Get over there. Get on over there. Okay. Oh, what happened, Liza Ann? Carolyn, can they use his previous testimony against him? Well, you know, he was saying something about that, Liza Ann. He said something like, now I'm taking a big chance because now you could come and charge me with accessory after the fact. And, you know, and then they were like, no, we're not going to do that, you know. So, yeah, he was talking about that. But come on now, the guy's in jail for life, right? So he would, like, come on, he had nothing to lose, you know, Liza Ann? Yeah. Okay, ready? All right. This was a motion for a new trial based on the newly discovered evidence of actual innocence. Mark Sievers, by and through his undersigned counsel, respectfully moves the Honorable Court pursuant to Florida, blah, 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 for an order granting a new trial based on newly discovered material evidence of actual innocence, which was unobtainable through reasonable diligence at the time of the trial. Okay. In support thereof, Mr. Sievers submits the following. On March 11th, 2016, the state of Florida charged Mr. Sievers by information with 1 count of second-degree murder and 1 count of conspiracy to commit murder. On May 4th, 2016, the state of Florida charged Mr. Sievers by indictment with 1 count of first-degree murder and 1 count of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Mr. Sievers was alleged to have conspired with Jimmy Rogers and Curtis Wainwright to murder Mr. Sievers' wife, Teresa Sievers. The indictment also charged Mr. Rogers, but Mr. Wright was not charged in the indictment, as he was the prosecution's star witness, and the state's case rested on Wright's credibility. Wright, a 4 or 5-time convicted felon, met with prosecutors on January 6, 2016, to obtain a plea deal. He gave a video-recorded statement, which he changed his testimony in material ways, and admitted at trial that he lied during his proffer. Mr. Wright pled guilty to second-degree murder and received a much lesser sentence, 25 years in prison, than Mr. Rogers. Every time they say Mr. Rogers, you think about poor Mr. Rogers. That's not nice. Who was sentenced to life in prison, and Mr. Sievers, who was sentenced to death. Wright's agreement required him to submit to a polygraph examination, but no such examination was ever conducted. The state's theory at trial was that Sievers conspired with Wright to have Wright murder Teresa Sievers so that he could claim insurance money after her death. Teresa Sievers died of blunt force injury in the couple's home from a hammer blow. Sievers was in Connecticut with the couple's children at the time of the murder. The medical examiner could not say whether 1 or 2 hammers were used or whether more than one assailant was involved. Wright was a longtime friend of Mark Sievers and quickly became a suspect. Wright maintained the computers, including the software for Teresa Sievers' medical practice. He worked remotely in Missouri, but at times he needed to be physically at the medical office in Florida. Wright gave conflicting statements when he was first interviewed in July, and then August of 2015, claiming he had been home in bed all weekend when the murders occurred. Wright also manipulated 4 of his neighbors to sign false affidavits that he was in Missouri the weekend of the murders. A search warrant on Wright's home led to the discovery of a number of cell phones and the second suspect, Jimmy Rogers. Both Wright and Rogers were arrested in 2015. Prosecutors had determined that Wright and Rogers had driven from Missouri to Bonita Springs on the day of the murder and returned the same night. How'd they return the same night? Pepper salty AF? Okay. Wright had been involved in a car accident and suffered a traumatic brain injury. He was also diagnosed with bipolar disorder, both of which are recognized through extensive scientific research and observation to result in a reduced ability to control anger and an increased likelihood of a violent response. Wright was a friend of Sievers and had been to the couple's home on several occasions prior to the murder. Wright testified at trial that Sievers told him that Teresa was having an affair and the couple was experiencing financial trouble, and Sievers asked Wright to kill Teresa. Wright claims Sievers offered him $100,000 to kill her. Wright claimed that they planned the murder on prepaid cell phones, but none of the texts on the prepaid cell phones were ever produced. The phones communicated with each other, but the content of the text was never discerned. Wright claimed he recruited Rogers because Rogers had been involved in other deaths. The computers at Teresa Sievers' medical practice had to be upgraded in the summer of 2015 when Wright and Rogers traveled to Florida. And that's what Jimmy Rogers said on the stand, too. He said that Curtis told him he's killed other people, and, he's so scared of the guy and everything. And, yeah, okay. Wright testified that after staking out the office and the residence, he hit Teresa with a hammer he found in the garage, and that Rogers grabbed another hammer he found and started striking her with the hammer also. Wright claims he told Rogers to stop, which of course strains credulity if Wright was there to purposefully murder Teresa for money. Rogers and Wright then left the home, failing to stage a burglary, and drove back to Missouri. Sievers' trial began on November 12th, 2019, and he was found guilty on December 4th, 2019. The penalty phase lasted a single day, December 10th, 2019. Remarkably, the defense presented no expert testimony at either phase of the state's case. The jury verdict was unanimous for death. I remember this as clear as day when we were watching that trial. This court conducted a sentencing hearing on January 2nd of 2020 and sentenced Mark Sievers to death for the murder and 30 years for the conspiracy. This court filed its sentencing order on the same day. Mr. Sievers maintained his innocence throughout the trial and maintains it to this day. Mr. Sievers timely appealed to the Florida Supreme Court on February 14, 2020. That appeal remains pending. On November 8, 2021, Mr. Sievers, through his appellate attorney, filed a motion with the Florida Supreme Court to relinquish jurisdiction based on newly discovered evidence of actual innocence. In that filing, the appellate counsel included a letter written by Jimmy Rogers in December of 2020. Gosh, I think now I remember this letter. Oh my gosh. Rogers had been unavailable at the time of trial as his own case was pending, and he had an absolute right to not answer any questions or be made to testify in the matter. On December 22nd, 2020, Jimmy Rogers mailed the letter to Bonnie Sievers, Mark Sievers' mother. The letter set out facts that showed that Curtis Wright killed... Look at that, they made a mistake, look at that. They put that he killed Bonnie Sievers. They mean Teresa. Can you believe they made a typo with that? Does anybody proofread? I mean, that's a big error. That's not just like a small little error, like forgetting a period or something. Okay, the letter set out facts that showed Curtis Wright killed Teresa Sievers, it should read, in a spontaneous burst of anger which would be consistent with his bipolar disorder and his traumatic brain injury, and that there was no agreement or conspiracy to commit murder. The letter is attached as an exhibit to the motion, and the facts alleged in the letter are hereby incorporated into this motion. Also attached to the motion is a sworn affidavit from Mr. Rogers swearing that he wrote the letter and that the facts in the letter are true. In his letter, Rogers sets out how Taylor Schumacher's statements were false and induced by suggesting by the interrogating detective and that Schumacher, they pronounce it both ways, was given money for her testimony. Rogers also sets out how Wright's story was suggested to him by the detective that Rogers refused to affirm a story that he knew to be false and inaccurate. Rogers then sets out that he accompanied Wright on the trip to Florida because Wright was unable to drive on his own due to his disabilities. Most importantly, Rogers describes that the murder occurred because Wright had not realized Sievers would not be home that day, and when he had no place to stay in Florida, asked Teresa Sievers if he and Rogers could stay at their house for the night. When Teresa understandably said no, Wright, consistent with his bipolar disorder and brain damage, became enraged and attacked her with the hammer, which killed her. Wright and Rogers then left immediately, not realizing Sievers was dead. Well, this whole story right here is not the story that Jimmy Rogers told. Okay, I don't even know if we ever read this at one time. I think we must have. Okay. So they're saying in this version of it, after Jimmy Rogers was saying that Curtis had so many different versions of his story, now this is a totally different version of Jimmy's story, right? That they didn't even know she was dead, and that he hit her one time, and it was because she wouldn't let them stay for the night? Come on. Okay, where were we? Wright and Rogers then left immediately, not realizing Sievers was dead. Rogers' letter sets out facts which, had they been presented to a jury, would likely produce an acquittal or retrial. Rogers' version of the events of the night of the murder are equally, if not more plausible, than Wright's uncorroborated murder-for-hire yarn, which saved him from the death penalty or life in prison. You know, the other thing they said about Jimmy Rogers, I was just going to tell you something when I was reading that. Jimmy Rogers says he didn't like Mark Sievers, so they're like, why would you write a letter to Mark Sievers' mother? You know, because he's like, oh, well, I just wanted her to know that her son is innocent. Yeah, okay. Anyway, Jimmy Rogers, unlike Curtis Wright, has nothing to gain by setting out the facts in his letter. Under Florida and federal law, there are two requirements needed for relief based on newly discovered evidence. First, the asserted facts must have been unknown to the trial court or to the counsel at the time of the trial, and it must appear that the defendant or his counsel could not have learned of them by the use of due diligence. Second, the newly discovered evidence must be of such a nature that it would probably produce an acquittal on retrial. Okay, so it's the Jones standard. Let's see here. When addressing this claim, the court must evaluate all the admissible newly discovered evidence adduced at a hearing and then compare it with the evidence that was introduced at trial. Further, the Florida Supreme Court has recognized the need for an evidentiary hearing when there are allegations of newly discovered evidence. Ordinarily, an evidentiary hearing is required for the trial court to properly determine, in accordance with Jones, whether the newly discovered evidence is of such nature that it would probably produce an acquittal on a trial. In making this determination, the judge will necessarily have to evaluate the weight of both the newly discovered evidence and the evidence which was introduced at trial, so that the appellate court can fully evaluate the quality of the evidence, which demonstrably meets the definition of newly discovered evidence and the evidence which was introduced at the trial. So that the appellate court can fully evaluate the quality of the evidence which demonstrably meets the definition of newly discovered evidence. Okay, let me get off this. the court for the newly discovered evidence satisfies the second prong of the Jones 2 test if it weakens the case against the defendant so as to give rise to reasonable doubt as to his culpability. If the defendant is seeking to vacate a sentence, the second prong requires that the newly discovered evidence would probably yield a less severe sentence. The Due Process Clause of the United States Constitution, along with the Eighth Amendment, provide that when relevant evidence that would produce an acquittal has not been presented because it could not have been discovered, a capital defendant has a right to a new trial. Okay. The December 2020 letter and affidavit of Jimmy Rogers supports Mr. Sievers' claim that he is innocent of these crimes and requires an evidentiary hearing to address the facts set out in that letter, which he had. Because this new information undercuts the state's theory at trial, and because the state's case came down to the credibility of a witness who had a motivation to lie against the defendant, an acquittal is probable under the Jones standard. The court should grant an evidentiary hearing to allow a full and fair factual determination. Based on the foregoing, Mr. Sievers requests the following relief: setting aside his convictions and sentence of death and grant a new trial, an opportunity for further evidentiary development to the extent necessary, and 3, leave to supplement this motion should new claims, facts, or law arise. Okay, now, here's the letter. You want to read his letter? This is by Jimmy Rogers, page 1 of 6. I wonder if I've read this before. I probably have, maybe. I wonder when this was released. I just know that I would never have not read it, but now it's coming back to me. From Jimmy Rogers, 12/19/2020. Dear Bonnie Sievers, comma, I do not know your son, Mark Sievers, and I know you do not know me. Well, you kind of know him. I am writing you today, though, because you and your family deserve closure. Your son, Mark Sievers, is an innocent man. What has happened to him is a tragedy and miscarriage of justice. Mark should never have been arrested. Mark had nothing to do with Teresa's murder. Now that a jury has found me not guilty of conspiracy, as well as a jury has found me unarmed, meaning I'm not the armed killer, and the jury found me guilty of trespassing, meaning I was not in the house. What? If I'm not the armed killer and the jury found me guilty of trespassing, meaning I was not in the house the murder happened inside of. What? I now hope to soon be in a position to save your son's life. They no longer can say my story is self-serving. My only interest in this is justice. On the day of my arrest, August 2015, I gave a great deal of information to Detective David Lebed while answering his questions. However, my answers did not match the hitman story David Lebed was telling me. The detective called my answers a self-serving statement and would not stop using interrogation tactics to try getting me to change my answers to match the story he was telling me. It was only after it became apparent he would not accept my answers that I quit cooperating. Here are some facts about the case. I would greatly appreciate you researching and shearing sheep. I am going to be seeing sheep shearing very soon, but researching and shearing. First and foremost, there is not any evidence of this hitman story except the testimony of Wainwright and Taylor Schumacher. Second, everything that they testified to came out. Detective David Labid's and Detective Mike Downs' mouth first right on tape during both of their August 2015 interrogations. I beg you to watch Wayne's August 2015 interrogation. The entire time they feed Wayne a detailed story and try to get him to repeat it so they can... Okay, this is page 2. And it doesn't look like it does, right? So they can. Right? That's crazy. Let me see what the third page looks like. That's really weird, isn't it? What the heck? Why is it in here so many times? How is that so they can? And then it just goes to page 2 of 6. Fact. The door to my trailer was kicked in before noon. Fact. Taylor's 8 minutes recorded statement took place at 7:48 p.m. Fact. Before Taylor's recorded statement, the detectives collected evidence from information obtained from interrogating Taylor off camera. Fact. Both Detective Mike Downs and Detective David Labid testified that they never questioned Taylor off camera or spoke about the case to her off camera. Fact. Taylor at deposition says she was interrogated off camera the whole time from shortly after the door was kicked in until she gave a recorded statement. Taylor also testified to this. In both of Taylor's recorded statements, she is repeatedly stopped and told this hitman story by the detectives, who claim she told them this story off camera before, asking Taylor to repeat it back to them in her own words. Fact. Taylor testified that the detectives told her this hitman story before she gave her statement and threatened her with a life sentence if she didn't make a statement to their liking. While at the same time, Taylor testified that the detectives offered her freedom and $55,000 as reward money for a statement that led to your son, Mark Sievers' arrest. Note, this is before Taylor repeated what she was told. Fact. The sheriff's office paid Taylor over $19,000, and then payments started around February 23rd, 2016, the day a warrant was made for Mark Sievers' arrest. Fact. November 17th, Taylor at deposition said while she was in Florida to testify at the grand jury indictment that she asked Detective Mike Downs for the $55,000 he promised. That at that point payments started, but she didn't know why she was being paid. At that point, for way over a year, Taylor was being paid, but said she didn't know why, even at deposition. Page 3, fact. Detective Mike Downs denies ever offering Taylor Schumacher money for making a statement. Mike Downs claims the money Taylor is being paid is for witness relocation. Taylor testified she never relocated. Taylor testified to having the same phone number, same group of friends, same email, same Facebook, and said she still visits my family and speaks to me. Taylor was never charged with a crime, despite admitting to a crime. Taylor at deposition said This was in exchange for her statement. Taylor at deposition, and while on the stand admits to not dating me until after becoming pregnant. Taylor testified to not knowing she was pregnant until after I came home from Florida. Taylor testified to me hurting her feelings by steadily seeing other women. Taylor testified that I never introduced her to my family or friends. Fact, Taylor said she purposely got pregnant by me while we are not dating. Taylor testified the pregnancy was planned. Fact, I used to make almost $1,000 a week. Fact, Taylor has 4 kids by 4 guys and no job. Taylor lives completely off government handouts and needs money. Fact, I was an a-hole to Taylor and she did all she could do to put me in prison. Fact, the detectives had no evidence of the hitman story they were telling and could not make an arrest until Taylor repeated it. Fact, the affidavit wrote July 25th to search Wainwright's house, alleged this hitman story. Fact, the detectives tried using interrogation tactics on Angela Wright and Wainwright, trying to coerce them into repeating the hitman story as their own testimony. Fact, during the detectives' investigation, they found a substantial amount of evidence that proves this hitman theory of theirs is not correct, yet the detectives did not change their theory. Fact, on July 2015, the hitman story went nationwide. Fact, during Wainwright's interrogation in the month of August 2015, Wayne is threatened on camera with the needle and electric chair. Then Wayne is told a very detailed story with over 53 details and offered a deal to repeat it back to them. The whole interrogation is about the detectives wanting to arrest Mark Sievers. Fact, Wainwright copied down the details of the story he was told on a piece of paper and then read from it during a proffer as Wayne sealed the deal. Fact, not one part of Wayne's testimony was not provided for him by Detective Mike Downs or Detective David Labid. Fact, Mark Sievers was arrested only after Wayne repeated this very detailed hitman story the detective had been telling for 8 months without evidence. Fact, Wayne received a deal of 25 years, and also clearly from the tone and vagueness of prosecutor Hunter, Wayne made a deal for his wife Angela Wright not to be charged. These deals were in exchange for Wayne's testimony. Fact, prosecutor Hunter caught Wayne in lies repeatedly, and Wayne never provided consistent stories. Also, Wayne's testimony contradicts almost all the true evidence in this case. Fact, Meehan Taylor was interrogated for almost a full hour, July 2015. The interrogation was not recorded. Fact, both detectives deny ever questioning me as a suspect. July 2015. Both detectives deny. What does that say? Deny. Look how he's supposed to deny. Deny ever threatening my probations. Both detectives deny telling me and Taylor the hitman story of theirs. Fact, Taylor in her statement says she was laying in bed with me and questions me about being a hitman because of the story the detectives told her July 2015. Fact, David Labid did not record his interactions with me after placing handcuffs on me on the side of the road in August. Fact, I was in David Labid's custody around 5 hours, August 2015, before the tape in the interrogation room starts. The film does not show me walking into the room. The film does, however, show me telling Detective David Labid that I have already been answering his questions. Fact, David Labid testified that he didn't question me off tape, just like he did not question Taylor off tape. Fact, between Taylor's 2 recorded statements, she spent around 7 hours with both detectives on the road, heading to and from, is that Bass, Missouri, from Bonneterre, Missouri, and looking for his cell phone on the side of the road. That was not recorded. Fact, Taylor at deposition said she was questioned the whole time while they was together. Taylor also says she was questioned many hours off tape in the interrogation room. On top of that, before giving her second statement. Fact, during Taylor's second statement, she speaks about info she gained. What is that? What is he saying there? She's something from the detectives off tape about them following me and pulling over, letting them pass. Also, on the recording, the detectives, as they make Taylor's statement for her, the detectives claim she told them the story off tape. Fact, Detective Mike Downs and David Labid took statements from more than 8 people who all say Wayne told them only hours or days before leaving to Florida that Wayne told them he was going to Florida to work and stay at Mark Sievers' house, including the morning he left. Fact, Wayne admitted every time he has ever been questioned that he told more than 12 people he was going to work and stay at Mark's house before leaving to go there. Fact, Wayne's phone shows him texting people about this trip a month before leaving on it. Fact, Wayne Wright repeatedly told detectives that he couldn't medically drive to Florida alone. Fact, hold on. Texts on June 25th, 2015 show Wayne possibly going to have Chris Taylor drive into Florida. Fact, Wayne told Robert Wiseman late Friday night, and Wayne told Angela Wright and Taylor Schumacher Saturday morning where he was going as he was leaving. Fact, Sunday morning, Wayne showed up to Mark's house What is that? Only something to learn Mark isn't home. Fact, Wayne repeatedly told detectives that he forgot Mark was leaving town on a trip. Fact, Wayne, while in Florida, took pictures, sightseeing, bought souvenirs, and collected seashells. Okay. For people back in Missouri, Wayne did nothing to hide he was in Florida. Fact, Angela Wright in a statement said Wayne often spoke about Teresa having a crush on him. Fact, Wayne did not show back up to Mark and Teresa's house until someone was home to give him permission to stay there. Question: how friendly do you think Teresa was to Wayne when she found him parked in the driveway, wanting to stay the night with her at the house while Mark's away? Fact: in 2015, Wayne told detectives he's bipolar to the point of being mentally unemployable. Fact: Wayne testified that he was unarmed and randomly, spontaneously grabbed the hammer off the deep freezer because it was the only thing in arm's reach. Fact: Teresa unpacked the van, but the stuff did not make it past the deep freezer. Fact: my lawyer argued Wayne and Teresa got into an argument by the deep freezer and bipolar Wayne snapped. Fact: the evidence in this case does not match the story the two detectives threatened and bribed Taylor Shoemaker and Wayne Wright into repeating. Fact: my statement August 2015 should have stopped your son's arrest. Hold on a minute, I've got to... Okay, and this, happy holidays. Okay, that's Christmas. Jimmy Rogers, okay, in case anybody wants to send him a letter. Affidavit of Jimmy Rogers. Jimmy Rogers, having been duly sworn, do hereby affirm and say, my name is Jimmy Rogers. My date of birth, April 11th, 1990. Okay, April 11th, 1990. All right. My number, on December 19th, 2020, I wrote a 6-page letter to Bonnie Sievers. I placed the letter in the mail December 22nd, 2020. I've received a copy of that letter prior to signing this affidavit. The copy of the letter is attached to this affidavit. In that letter, I provided facts and information about Mark Sievers' innocence in the murder of his wife in the above-styled case, in which I am also a co-defendant. The contents of this letter are true. I do not wish to make any additional statements under oath or otherwise until my own case in this matter becomes final. So there you go. There you have it. What do you think of his letter? What do you think of his letter? Alicia, we're still here. Why? Alicia thinks no one's here. Alicia, come on. Why do you think no one's here? Because they only want to hear about Mackenzie? They can't listen to any other true crime case? Come on. Tell Alicia you're here, everybody. Let her know that stuff exists beyond Mackenzie. But we are going to do Mackenzie's text, don't worry. Alicia says, fact, garbage. Just Pepper says, he's grasping at straws. Stupid. Scooter, where are you? I can't believe Scooter has not weighed in on this. Look at Heart Made Wise. She's like, I'm here, Alicia. Oh, you dozed off? Okay, MSL's here. See? Kat Ferda's here. Hi, Kat. Okay, do you want me to go on to the... We better go on to the Mackenzie's text because it's getting late, right? Let's go on to her texts. I thought I had my text from her somewhere, but let me go get them. All right, let's see where they are. There's a lot of Sievers discovery to go through, but I know you got to do the Shirilla text. Okay. Shirilla text. Shirilla texts. So we've got to go. G to G to G to G to G to G G G. Okay. Mackenzie. Okay, and let's see, text with Rosie Graham. All right, and we were on 200 and something, right? Let me try 220 and see. Mia found a cute place. Okay, bet. Oh, this is when they were going to make those photo shoots, right? And I told you guys this, right? That this girl here, Rosie, has over 1 million subscribers on YouTube and does workouts. I'm not joking, guys. I'm not joking. Okay? Just so you know. And it's just they were doing like all these modeling shoots, right? Oh, you're welcome, Just Pepper. So let's see where we were. I think we were around here. I'll send a pic. Then Rosie says, OMG, yes, I love that. And Kenzie says, it's such a vibe. I got us some modeling. I think she means gig, but oh, there she goes, gig. He's a fashion designer. I met him while I was at the club with Grace. Now, isn't the club she was at with Grace was where she was selling her feet? Mm-hmm. Mackenzie says, I think we could literally walk a runway wearing his clothes. I don't know if he knows I'm 17, though. And Rosie says, OMG, yes, he doesn't have to know. Kenzie says, he's cool. He says he's going to hit you up. Bet, says Rosie. Bro, says Kenzie, I'm going to a concert Thursday. We need to change the day. Rosie says, that's okay. What other day can you? And Kenzie says, literally, any other day, I can do it. I can do it. Yes, check that out. Still has 2 photos with Kenzie on her Instagram. I know, right, Just Pepper? And did you look at her YouTube channel? Remember when Kenzie said she lost so much weight working out with Rosie? Okay. Of course, I make plans on the one day I'm busy, Kenzie says. Are you going to be home today? And this again is 7/12/2022, shortly before the crash. I thought Carolyn froze, but I must have lost Wi-Fi for a minute. Oh, I'm right here. Okay. And then Rosie says, yeah, but Bubba's off work today, so we were going to hang. He works tomorrow. Can we tomorrow? Kenzie says, we should go to hell. All of us. Okay. Then Kenzie says, yes, let me see if the other, I'm pretty sure she means biatches can. Also, Kenzie says, do you know if we can get into the Eden place without an ID? You want to shoot Friday? Rosie says, sure. And I don't know. I've never been there. And then Kenzie says, I'll call and see what's up. And then Kenzie says, but if you and Bubba are free today, we should go to hell. Me, you, Dom, Bubba. Nina can come too. Also, for my birthday dinner, do you want to bring Bubba? I left a spot for him just in case. Rosie says, we're still a few hours away from home, and we're so tired, probably going to sleep all day today. But yeah, I can ask him if he's working the day of your birthday. If he's not, he'll come. That's right, Alicia, when she starts getting real weird, right? You're right. Okay, bet. But she says bay. And then Grace sends a picture, and then she says, I'm not telling her, LOL. And Rosie says she's such a fan. For real, Kenzie says. And she never hit me up. Hi, Dank Menace. How are you? Club Soulmate. And then Kenzie says she's not Y2K enough for $3 tea. I'm gatekeeping. LMFAO, says Rosie. As you should. OMG, wait. Can you help me pick out an outfit for Kid Cudi Fest? Yes, says Kenzie. FaceTime me. Wait, when is it? Rosie says she's at the gym. It's September 17th. FaceTime me after. I want to go bad AF. Starts putting out outfits. Putting out TikToks. Putting out boots that look like Elton John. When you come, I'll help you make your kit. Oh, she has to make the media kit, right? And show you DH Gate. Then Rosie says, bet, thank you. Bubba's going to shower, then we'll come. And Kenzie says, Davion here too. Then she said, I'm dead AF. Bet. Ha 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 ha, says Rosie. We're coming. Kenzie says, bet. We here, says Rosie. Walk in, says Kenzie. The video was fire. And then she says, I'm watching right now. Rosie says, yes, I love it. Then Kenzie says, I'm at the Strongsville Carnival right now. It has good stuff. No berry ride. Ha 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 ha, I'm dead, says Rosie. Rosie says, maybe I'll go tonight. Rosie says, wait, are we going to take rooftop pics today? See, I think this is where people got the rooftop stairs all mixed up in the whole thing. But they weren't rooftop stairs that a girl fell down. Okay, let's see. Then Kenzie says, nah, I can't today. Kenzie says, we got to go another day. Then Rosie says, okay, that's what I thought. I think Mia still thinks we're going today, LMFAO. Kenzie says, I forgot about the concert. Oh, LMAO. MB. Is that maybe? What is that? What is the MB for? What day should we go? Kenzie says, Sunday? Rosie says, you're okay. I was just confused because she's texting me. I'm like, oh, is that today? LMFAO. Because tomorrow is Nina's, says Kenzie. Rosie says, yeah, sure, that works. Okay, bet, says Kenzie. Rosie says, Saturday is Nina's. Bet, says Kenzie. Well, we could go Friday or Sunday. I want to go to the fair Friday, says Kenzie, with you. Rosie says, Friday I'm tripping with Bubba again because his parents are going out of town. And she says, you can come on over and trip if you want with Dom. And yeah, I was going to go to the fair Friday too. And Kenzie says, we wanted to trip at the carnival. Rosie says, maybe while I'm tripping, ha ha ha. Kenzie says we should all trip. Yes, says Rosie. Kenzie says, LMAOO, yes. Okay, we down, says Kenzie. Bro, you about to see me geekin'. Rosie says, we just need a ride, or we should just walk. Bubba's is right by the high school. Bubba's. Then Rosie says, I'm dead. It's going to be funny as F. We can scoop, says Kenzie. Then Rosie says, at the effing carnival, that's so funny. Okay, bet, says Rosie. Kenzie says, bro, euphoria moment. No, literally, says Rosie. I'm excited, says Kenzie. We need to drip. Rosie says, I'm kind of scared. It's going to be too much. If it is, I'm going to just be looking crackhead LMFAO. Oh, my bad. Thank you, Heart Made Wise. My bad. And then Rosie says, with all the people there, I'm probably going to be geeking. Kenzie says, that's why we should let it hit at home. Then Kenzie says, then see of we feeling it. Rosie says, yes, true. Then Rosie said, should we at Bubba's? Like, none of his parents will be there. You didn't either, Liza? Thank you. I don't feel so bad. Okay, and then Kenzie says, yeah, if it's chill, I'm down. Kenzie says, yes. Rosie says, bet. And then Rosie says, Paul's gonna too. Bet, says Kenzie. OMG, even better. Rosie says, right? It's gonna be fried. Kenzie says, I'm excited. And then Kenzie says, I just got banned. How the F do I email TikTok? Bro, says Rosie. I don't even know, bro. Kenzie says, how do I get my Sure back? How did you get yours? Rosie said, I just do the feedback, WTF. I tried to sign in over and over again, and then one time it just worked. Kenzie says, how do you do that? Oh, did you, Liza? And then she's showing us screenshots. And Rosie says, WTFFF. Permanently WTFFF. Why? Kenzie says, How did you get yours back? More screenshots. And then Rosie says, it just ended up signing me in after like 2 days, but it didn't say permanently banned. WTFFFFF. Okay. Rosie says, what did yours say? I'm so mad. This is effed. Kenzie says. Rosie says, I don't even remember. That's so effed up. Did you Google? Kenzie says, you didn't even email them? Rosie says, who to email or how to get TikTok account back. Kenzie says, I emailed TikTok legal. Rosie says, no, I never found an email. I just did the feedback a few times, and then I kept trying to log in, and it didn't work, and I tried it like 2 days later, and it signed me in. But I've only been banned once. Kenzie says, can you please fill this out with my username? Someone reported me for being 13. Or under 14. OMFG, says Rosie. What the F? How, says Rosie. Do you still need me to fill that out? Kenzie says, yes, it will help. Rosie says, what's your user? She says, Baby Kush. Then Rosie says, okay, I filled it out and said hella about how you're an influencer, literally graduated high school, and you're being mass reported for being 13 when you're not even, and none of your content violates anything, and it's your job. And Kenzie says, I love you so much, and bro. Then she says, tomorrow is going to be so fun. And then Kenzie says, like, I know this trip going to be fire. Okay, and then Rosie says, yes, they better give you your effing account. Kenzie says, I'll F someone up. They better. I'm manifesting. Watch out, TikTok. She's coming after you. Rosie says, bro, they sent me this. Do they even read the effing email? Like, are you kidding? I stayed over there 3 times. She's much older than 13. Did you try to do what it says? Send them your ID. Kenzie says, bro, they doing the same shite to me. When I'm home, I'll send a picture to them. I'm so salt. Rosie says, yes, submit that appeal. Kenzie says, there's no button. Rosie says, once they get your ID, they should put it back up at least. They tell you the reason. What the F? Rosie says. Rosie says, I'm so mad for you, bro. What the F? Kenzie says, so I don't know why the H they keep saying that. Literally, I don't even know how I'm going to get my followers back. Rosie says, I'll fill out that thing again. Kenzie says, literally, I love you. Rosie says, honestly, just push out hella good content because they love you, and new account tend to blow up. Kenzie says, I'm so sad about this account. F TikTok. Rosie says, yeah, WTFFFFF. Kenzie says, you think? Should I just make a whole new account? Rosie says, and I know you have so many drafts. I'm angered. Is that what she means, angered? I don't know. That word doesn't, I don't know. Yes, says Rosie. Via, right. I'm so sad about them. Rosie says, like, new main account I follow, this model that got her account banned, but she found a lot of her followers, like she popped up on my FYP page, your For You page, right? And Kenzie says, I can't even talk about it. And Rosie says, yeah, I'm upset. Kenzie says, no way. Rosie says, haters. Kenzie says, bet. Rosie says, yes. Kenzie says, I'm going to keep my backup and make a new account. Rosie says she got her account banned. She's gaining back the followers, but it's so annoying. Kenzie says, 200K? Oh, hell no. I would be pissed. Rosie says, yeah, what the F? Why does TikTok do this to every bad, she puts butch. Then Rosie says, literally, only the plus size girls can be in their swimsuits. It's effing annoying. Kenzie says, like why? Or hella famous. Rosie says, Miss Sienna May's stupid arse could get famous off her body in a bikini. Kenzie says, literally, she only recorded in a bikini. Rosie says, I know, and TikTok acknowledged her. I don't get it. Kenzie says, yeah. Hell no. F, that weird hoe. Then she says, the mushrooms will give me ideas. Yes, says Rosie. Kenzie says, I want to go live. What happened? That looks like good routines. What did you guys say? Rosie, YouTube workouts are real. I told you guys. Dank. What happened? WCB program made me do that in pain for months. Yeah, she does workouts. But she got bigger, right? She was like real thin, and then she got like bigger. But she's in shape, but she's bigger. Right? Okay. So then Kenzie says, you think? Rosie says, we both said, like, seeing people there is going to be fried when you're tripping. Kenzie says, that's why we should let it hit at home and see if you're feeling it. Then Rosie said, go live on Insta. Kenzie says, no. And Rosie says, yes, true. Then Kenzie says, my mom will join. And then Rosie says, OMFG, no. LMAO, says Kenzie. Rosie says, you can block from stories and lives, I think. Oh, for real, says Kenzie? Well, she will know, I feel like. LMFAO, that's funny, says Rosie. Make a new TikTok in the meantime, I think. Kenzie says, I'ma do it. Right now. Rosie says, keep trying to get yours back, but why stop posting content? More muscle, Jess Pepper? LOL, says Kenzie. Period, says Rosie. Bro, it's not coming up when I search. Are you for real? Says Kenzie. What did you do? Okay, and then Kenzie says, I followed you. And then Rosie says, am I R-word? Am I searching the right thing? Okay, I see you. Weird how it wouldn't show up. Kenzie says, baby yo kush. I don't even know. That's sus. Then Rosie says, yeah, I don't know. WTF, maybe once you post. Kenzie says, what should be my first video? Rosie said, do you have any video that don't have the TikTok watermark? And Kenzie says, yeah, I think. Yes, I think. She goes, post those, Rosie says. What time should we trip, says Kenzie. Rosie says, Bubba's off work at 7. And he's like 39 away. So probably right when he gets home. Kenzie says, bet. Perfect. So like 8, 7:30, literally bet. Yes, says Rosie. I'm excited. Kenzie says, I'm going to go to that carnival before today, too. You should come. And Rosie says, me and Bubba just went yesterday to experience it sober, LMFAO. Kenzie says, well, if you want to go again, let me know. Rosie says, okay, bet. Rosie says, should we try to go off the shrooms, haha? Kenzie says, yes, me and Dom want to go both times. We love the carnival, says Kenzie. Okay, bet, says Rosie. Kenzie says, it's so funny being around people tripping. And I want to do a shoot at this staircase. You would love it, says Kenzie. And I'm going to try to take a picture of it. It's like an unused building in Strongsville, but there's hella vines on the staircase. It's so vibey. Rosie says, oh, yes. Kenzie says, it's on that building, but you can't tell. Rosie says, bet, yeah, we can take pics there soon. Kenzie says, bet, because I have nothing to post at the moment. Yes, says Rosie. Wait, can we please meditate when we're tripping? Ha ha ha. Kenzie says, OMG, yes, bro, yes, I want to try. Rosie says, yes. Oh, wow. Rosie said, Paul said he's going to take under a gram. That sounds so fun, says Kenzie. Rosie says, I was like, boo, LMFAO. I don't think he should, says Kenzie. Do you know when I'm going to text him? Rosie says, I told him at least 1.5. He's like, no. Kenzie says, I'm going to tell him to take at least 1. 3. Ha ha ha. Yes, convince him, Rosie says. Kenzie says, I did. He's taken more. Also, check Snap. Rosie says, ha ha ha, good. Kenzie says, come to the carnival at 3. Rosie says, I'ma just go later with everyone. I went yesterday and I got food, and I left after like 10 minutes. I got bored. Kenzie says, don't go on that big arse ride. Hell no, says Rosie. Kenzie says, me and Dom will probably get wristbands because we want to ride shite later. Then Rosie says, I didn't go on nothing. Bro, it's so fun, says Kenzie. Yes, that's fun. Kenzie says, the only ride I didn't go on was the drop tower. Rosie says, everything spins and it's scary to me. I'm dead. Kenzie says, like, I will never go on that MFer. Rosie says, OMFG, I went on that one last year. Kenzie says, you would probably F with a hang glider ride. Last carnival ride ever, says Rosie. Hell no, says Kenzie. I've been on that one, says Rosie. Kenzie says, I would never go on that, especially after someone just died on one. OMFGGGGG, says Rosie. It's so scary, LMFAO, says Rosie. Kenzie says, it's actually really chill. You would F with it. I don't think you would like any of the other rides, though. Rosie says, I just like the carnival vibes. Then Rosie says, I want to go in the fun house. For sure. Kenzie says, you would probably like the one that goes up and dropped you, but it's kind of like a circular motion. I don't know if you all can see me. I can see you, Liza. But thanks as always, Carolyn. I hope everyone has a good night, morning. Okay, Liza. See you tomorrow, honey. Okay. Then Mackenzie says, bro, no. Me and Nina went in. And Rosie says, tripping in there is going to be geeked. Then Kenzie says, it was arse. We can go again. Oh, your Wi-Fi's acting up? All right, Liza. Well, I hope you have a better Wi-Fi tomorrow, okay? Then Rosie says, ha, 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 ha. Kenzie says, you will see how arse it is. Kenzie says, it's not like it was before. Rosie says, I'm dead. They need new shite. It looks the same as last year. I'm bored. Kenzie says, for real. They need to put the zipper back. And get a better funhouse. And games. Bro, I need to show you this TikTok, says Kenzie. It's 7:15. It's July 15th right now, 2022. And then Rosie says, OMG, the games were so crowded too. Kenzie says, and to be honest, it makes me mad that they will do the fish, because you know how many fish I've seen thrown from a ride or eaten? Do you know how many? Rosie says, OMG, gross. Why? People weird, bro. Then Rosie says, OMG, I love that TikTok. That's such a good idea. That looks so good. Kenzie says, LMAO, it better go viral. It literally will, says Rosie. I love the spiritual baddie Hot Cheeto girl, I'm dead. Kenzie says, one is low-key booming on my backup right now, too. LMAO. Yes, says Rosie. I look so scrawny in that Hot Cheeto one. Rosie says, bro, when you were banned yesterday, your Baby Cushy account was on my FYP like 3 times every time I open TikTok. Kenzie says, like, I fit that part. Good AF. No way. Rosie says, ha ha ha, I'm dead. Kenzie says, same with you, to be honest. Your video all over my FYP. We're still live, right? Hold on, I just want to make sure we're still live here because I'm getting like really freaked. Uh-oh. What's going on? Why isn't the text? Oh, there it is. Hold on. Okay, I thought the texts weren't showing. It scared me because Liza got me scared for a minute. Okay, no, I see now. All right, good. So then Rosie says, OMG, we're famous. Kenzie says, I need to hit 100K. Yes, you will, says Rosie. You should try scripting with that. When I was popping on YouTube, I was manifesting by writing every day. I have, however, many followers or subscribers, or this video got this many views. It works like a charm. Kenzie says, bro, keep manifesting. I'm manifesting my account back right now. Rosie says, yes, I haven't scripted in so long. I feel like that works the best. Kenzie said, I usually write on paper, then burn. Bro, says Rosie, my mom's literally going to the carnival tonight. Then she says, Rosie says, I feel like they're old and don't stay out past 9 though. I want to go so bad. I'm nervous now, LMFAO. Then Rosie says, Bubba's almost home. Then we have to go pick up his dad's car from the shop real quick. Then you guys can come. I think Davion is coming too, LMFAO. Do you care? Bet, says Kenzie. Also, I don't know how many shroomies I need because me and Bubba tripped like 4 days ago. But yeah, bring enough shrooms for all of us. Paul and Dave, LMFAO, we should all have cash. I have some. Rosie says, I'm excited. Rosie says, F, except my mom and stepdad haven't gone yet. Then she says, I don't know if they're still going. I'm going to pass out or run away if I see my mom, LOL. Kenzie says, how much do you and Bubba want? Rosie says, I don't know. I took 2 and he took 3 last time, but since it was 4 days ago, does that mean I need more or I can take the same amount? Maybe 2 for me? Kenzie says, probably a little more. Rosie says, man, then I don't even know. Kenzie says, maybe 2.5 and 3.5? Rosie says, whatever you think is good for me, LMFAO. Sure. Kenzie says, have you took over 2 Gs? She says, I think I took 2.5 last time and 2 the first time. Kenzie says, oh, then just do 2.5. At least you can't go wrong with it. What, was your trip too strong on 2.5? Rosie says, we got to go get some Kit Kats too, LMFAO. Then she says, okay, bet. Yeah, it was fine. Then Kenzie says, yeah, then you should be fine to take that much or even more. Are you still buffering, Kat? You shouldn't be buffering, hon. I don't think it's buffering for anybody else. Now, Rosie says, I tripped balls, but it was nice. I think the first time was the most because I was confused. Yeah, says Rosie. Kenzie says, LMAO, bet. Then she says, we'll get you right. Rosie says, yeah, just come to Bubba's and then we'll all take them here. Then go to Carnival. Kenzie says, yes. Bet, says Rosie. When should we come, says Kenzie. Rosie says, I'm still waiting for Bub to get home. Then we're going to get this car real quick. Oh, good, Kat. Then Rosie says, so maybe in 30? And Kenzie says, okay, bet. Let me know. Rosie says, okay. Bubba said yes to 3.5. Davion wants 2.5. How much does Paul? Says Kenzie. Rosie says, he said he told you. I don't know. What did he say when you talked to him? And bring what you're going to eat it with. I'm going to get myself a Kit Kat at Get-Go right now. Kenzie says, yeah, we're coming. We're about to go back home right now. The carnival is packed. Rosie says, oh, shite. LMFAO. Rosie says, okay, wait 1 second, though. Bubba's picking up Dave. Kenzie says, we're not coming to your house right now. We're leaving the carnival. I don't know Bubba's address. Okay, bet, says Rosie. It's on Raccoon Trail. Okay, bet, says Kenzie. Then Rosie says, I'm at the light by the carnival right now. Hella people, that's fried. So many people walking, just families. LMFAO. Then she says, OMG, biatch, you were just right next to me at the light by the high school, and Dad. LOL, says Kenzie. For real? I wish I seen you. How much do you want? 2.5, says Rosie. I saw your sparkly license plate and I knew. And then Rosie says, and is a 20 good for the 2.5? I'm at Bubba's, so you can come now. Kenzie says, bet. We about to come. I'm excited. Rosie says, bet. Joey's here too. I don't know if he's tripping, Rosie says. Kenzie says, ask. Because we're not going back for him. Rosie says, okay, he said no. So you're good. Then Kenzie said, whose car are we taking to the fair if we go? LMAO. I think she means clown car AF. Yeah, clown. Rosie says, true. There's so many of us. I don't know. Kenzie says, I mean, I can do 4 in my back, maybe 5. Like, you would need to be on Bubba's lap. We will figure this out. Rosie says, LMFAO, we'll figure it out. So they're going to drive tripping to the carnival with all those people in there. Wow, that's safe. On the way, says Kenzie. Bet, says Rosie. Send Addie again, she says. Here, says Kenzie. Come through the front, says Rosie. By the gliders. We're coming. Where W-A. Oh, where are they at? Says Kenzie. Where are you at? We are right in front. In line, says Rosie. At the end of it. It wraps around, so I'm like behind it. We gonna go sit. Kenzie says, we back. You sure you guys don't want to ride? Yes, LMFAO, says Rosie. We both need to sit. We're having a grand time on this bench. Bet, says Kenzie. I'll find you when we're done. Have fun on that, says Rosie. Fly high. Wah? Where you at, says Kenzie. We just got off the ride. Rosie says, F, I'm not feeling too hot. We're walking by Mitchell's. Kenzie says, all right, do you want us to come or do you want to be alone? Rosie says, it's just too much with all the people and sounds and shite, but I'm so much better over here. Let's see here. And then Rosie says, I'm okay. You guys have fun. I'm with Bubba. And tell Paul, because he's texting me. Kenzie says, do you want us to come? Rosie says, yeah, actually, if you want. We found this sitting area. It's actually nice. To me, at least, LMFAO. Kenzie says, where at? She can't even type. Can you see the Ferris wheel? Behind Mitchell's. No. Butch. We're going to walk home right now. Well, that sounds safe. That sounds safe, doesn't it? Yeah. LMFAO. I don't think it'll take long. Kenzie says, should we dip? And Rosie says, well, they close in 8 minutes because it's 10:52. So maybe just write a few last things. Bro, don't. Why? Says Rosie. It's not far. Kenzie says, we will come get you and we can all go back. We going, says Rosie. If you get to Bubba's after us. Girl, says Kenzie. Before us, says Rosie. We're fine, trust. This is so fun. It's just down Pearl. Kenzie says, we're coming. Then Rosie says, I'm having a great time. Kenzie says, so you can just come with us if you want, or you can keep walking. Rosie says, if you want to drive to Bubba's, you can get in his house. Shite's always unlocked. So Robole. But yes, we walking. It's nice. It feels good, says Rosie. Kenzie says, okay, we're waiting for them, and then we're going to leave. Rosie says, okay. Kenzie says, we here. Okay, go through the garage. I know, says Kenzie. How long, and are you good? Why didn't they pass her on the way? Wouldn't they have passed her on the way? Hey, Jay, We're in his development, says Rosie. Okay, good, says Kenzie. It's raining. Yo! I had such a good time, says Kenzie. Again, ASAP. Rosie says, yes, same. It was so fun. Kenzie says, what time does Nina start? 4, says Rosie. Bet, says Kenzie. What are you wearing? And should I post that TikTok I made right now? Rosie says, I don't know yet. And yes, I love it. LMAOOO. Are you going to wear a dress, Kenzie says? I don't know. I'm just going to go home in a rush and pick out whatever I find, says Rosie. Kenzie says, I'ma just wear Skims. Maybe. I'll see how I'm feeling. I'm tired AF. Same, says Rosie. So drained right now. I want to go to the carnival, though, tonight. Rosie says, yes, same. She said her party ends at 10. Dang, I might leave early, says Mackenzie, but my mom also going for fireworks. Are you going now? We're about to go. Yeah, we're going to go in a second. BD Bet. Where are you at? Trying to park. Fireworks at 10. Oh, no. Okay. We're here right now. Are you coming, says Kenzie. Rosie says, no, but we just saw them all, MLFAO. I just got to Strongsville when they were going off, so we pulled over and watched. Kenzie says, what time should we link up to take pictures tonight? The weather is effed, though. Dom, deadass, just tried to kill me. Oh, this is about the thing in the car. Hit me up when you up. OMG, sorry, I've been slumped. WTF. Do you want to shoot today? I don't care if it's raining. I feel like it will give a cool vibe, but it's up to you since you have the camera. Rosie says, do you want to just do it like Tuesday or Wednesday? I feel like it would be miserable in the rain, LMFAO. Kenzie says, and tell me why I was driving with Dom and we got in an argument and he tried to grab my steering wheel and turned me off the road on the highway. Bro, says Rosie. Kenzie says, yeah, we can do it another day. OMFG, I'm glad you're okay. WTF. Yeah, we're seriously fighting bad right now. I can't believe he literally tried to kill me. Yeah, WTFFFF. Kenzie says, if you want to hang today, let me know. I have a J. Rosie says, OMG, yes. Okay, I'll let you know. Then Kenzie says, I'll probably smoke it soon, though. Rosie says, oh, shite, okay. I might go back to sleep. I'm so tired. I haven't had a full sleep since before tripping. Actually, I might stay up. Are you at home? Yes, says Kenzie. I'm just chilling right now. Rosie says, I have to take Bubba a pen to his work. He just got this cart and it hasn't worked. Okay, want to hang for a little, says Rosie. Kenzie says, yeah, do you want to come here? Rosie says, and I'll go to Bubba's work after. Yeah, sure. I love your house. Kenzie says, bet. Then Rosie says, Mommy, precious baby Gray. Then Kenzie says, I hate my house. LOL, yes. My mom is literally trying to make a baby Gray famous. They're everything, says Rosie. Yes, no, I saw his Insta. He's so cute. Kenzie says, I'll wait to smoke them with you. Rosie says, I didn't know he looked like that. He's so funny, adorable. Okay, cool. I'll get up now. I'll be there in like 15. Kenzie says, you just inspired me to go find her. But just text me when you're here, or you can just walk in. Rosie says, ha 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 ha, yes. And okay, perfect. Kenzie says, I'm going to Allison's, but I'll be home in like 5 minutes. So still pick up. Okay, bet, says Rosie. Rosie says, I'm about to leave. Kenzie says, bet. You want fruit? OMG, says Rosie. Always. Okay, bet, says Kenzie. This person making me so mad, driving 27 in a 35. Rosie says, OMG, I hate that. I'm here, says Rosie. Bet, coming, says Kenzie. Should we shoot tonight, says Kenzie. At the Eden? Rosie says, Mia said Wednesday works for her, but do you want to hang with me and Nina for a little? You should let me braid your hair. Kenzie says, I'm down. When you want to hang? Also, Grace want to hang today too. I want to go to the beach Wednesday, Kenzie says. It's going to be 92. We should go to Mentor. Then we can shoot at night, says Kenzie. This is July 18th, 2022. 13 days before the crash. Then Rosie says, actually, Nina's shopping right now. Maybe when she's done, but yes, we can do the beach during the day and shoot at night. I want to vlog. And then Kenzie says, that would be such a good video too. Yes, says Rosie, I want to vlog more. Kenzie says, okay, bet, because I want to wear my new Skims bikini. Bro, you inspire me to start. I feel like people won't watch though. Rosie says, okay, also, I'm going to go through all my clothes and get rid of shite I don't wear. And my mom said she'll buy me Skims. And you need to vlog. Start your YouTube right now. Really, says Kenzie. Biatch. Yes, says Rosie. Then Mackenzie says, then you can do a Skims haul. Yes, says Rosie. I know. Kenzie says, and then you will understand how fun it is to get the rare colors. Rosie says, but I don't even know what to get. OMG. Kenzie says, you're literally going to be obsessed. Get the set I wear. Rosie says, yes, I swear I'm going to wear it every day. Kenzie says, the shorts and tank. I don't care if you get the same as me. It will be cute. We can twin. Yes, says Kenzie. Rosie says, yes, this is what I put in my cart. It's just the basic ones that I like. Maybe I'll get some of those. Kenzie says, literally all of those are perfect. Rosie says, I low-key want the leggings. OMG. I love the boxer shorts like those in for sure getting. For sure she means. I have them too, says Kenzie. With a matching top, says Rosie. But the leggings are so good for like fall and shite, says Kenzie. Yes, right, says Rosie. It's literally just perfect for fall, says Kenzie. You low-key should get a dress too. Rosie says, I know, right? And it seems so comfy. I'm so excited. Then Rosie says, yeah, which one is like the one dress? Kenzie says, do you want me to send you it? Rosie says, yes, please. I'm going to vlog cleaning out my closet too, Rosie said. I will show you the good stuff, Kenzie says. Low key, I want to help you clean your closet. Rosie says, but I don't know what to title the vid, like getting rid of hella clothes. Maybe I can sell them. Kenzie says, you gotta elevate your fashion. We should try to get to Paris Fashion Week or some sort of fashion week. Maybe one of those accounts, or just sell them on Snap, says Kenzie. Rosie says, yes, I was just going to for today and get rid of the shitey things. Exactly. Rosie says, my mom sells shite on eBay, but I think I could get more money if I sell on Insta or Depop or something. Kenzie says, Depop takes so much money. I was going to sell my old prom dress on there, and they were going to take like over $100 from the dress. OMG, why? Says Rosie. Kenzie says, you can see how much they take before you list the item. Rosie says, they suck them. Boo. Honestly, says Kenzie, I have no idea why they do that because I wish I could sell my shite there. I don't want any sites taking money. Rosie says, maybe I'll just do an Insta. Yeah, I always see people selling on Depop. The Nordstrom at Beechwood Mall, Haskins. Yes, says Rosie. Kenzie says, has skims. OMG, no way, says Rosie. The dresses and basic sets, says Kenzie. We can go. OMG, yes, says Rosie. They close at 6, says Kenzie. Bet. But I can't really buy anything until I get rid of my clothes, says Rosie. I can drive if you want, says Kenzie. We can go any day. Want to go on Wednesday, says Rosie, before the beach? She says, you're about to be addicted to Beechwood, Kenzie says. I know, says Rosie. That's where I bought my Gucci. But I've only been there once. Rosie says, I only went inside Saks. We have to go. Hi, Murder of Crows. They have the other store with Von Dutch, says Kenzie. Let's go Wednesday before the beach. So I have hella vlog content, says Rosie. She sounds like those dolls, remember that? My name's Cynthia, and you can have a sleepover at my house. Won't that be fun? I actually have that doll, but this is what this sounds like. OMG. Then Kenzie says, yeah, I'm down. Period. So fun. Kenzie says, what time should we go because of the UV index is highest at 12 to 2? Rosie says, we should pick up to the mall when they open, pull up to the mall when they open so we can get an early start. Bet, says Kenzie. Rosie says, they probably open at like 10, and we can spend like 2 hours there and then go to the beach. Purr. Kenzie says, literally effing perfect. What time is Nina going to be home? Kenzie says, yes, I'm excited. She said she'll let me know, says Rosie. Kenzie says, I can see if Dom can roll us a little J. I talked to him, but it's still bad. Yeah, OMG, you need to update me, says Rosie. I know. He's, so sorry. Kenzie says, yeah, but it was like weird. I don't even know. I'll tell you in person. Then Kenzie says, he was like talking shite about my mom for some reason. But I was talking shite about his mom. But I like my mom literally, but like my mom literally has never done anything to. Rosie says, okay, and this is good though, because Bubba's going out of town Wednesday and Thursday, so now I have stuff to do. Bro, says Rosie. His mom was being rude. Then Rosie says, your mom's so sweet. Like, how do you even find something bad to say when his mom's telling you to stop lying and shite? Kenzie says, he was literally just saying she's a bum and literally makes less than his mom. Like, what the F? Like, why are you trying to dog my mom? She's trying to make a lot of money to everyone is trying to make it, Kenzie says. I feel bad, and being out of town, so I have something to do. I feel so alone when Dom is gone, LOL. Yeah, WTF, says Rosie. That's annoying. Just uncalled for, says Rosie. Kenzie says, yeah, I do not know what the F is wrong with him. Rosie says, he's got like mood swings. LMFAO. Kenzie says, it's funny because Paul was telling me he's bipolar and he's a Libra. And then all I could think about was Dom. I feel like all Libra men are just the same. LMFAO, says Kenzie. Dang Libras. Kenzie says, for real, I hate them except Paul. Then Kenzie says, let me know when you guys want to hang. Have you been to Whip's Ledges? Kenzie says. Rosie says, ha ha ha, same. And no, what is that? And yes, I'll text you when Nina's home. Then Kenzie says, it's cool. We should smoke there. Want Dom to roll us a J? Says Kenzie. Davion randomly unadded me. I don't know why, and it's not because of Dom. OMG, weird, and yeah, if you want, but Nina still hasn't texted me, says Rosie. MSL? Is the true crime new for me? No. I've been doing it a long time, MSL. Okay, let's see. LOL, says Rosie. I have her location. She's still shopping. She's getting dorm stuff. And then Kenzie says, ask her how long she's going to be. I'm not trying to be at Whippa Ledges at night. LOL. Then Kenzie says, it's so scary. OMG, oh no, says Rosie. Kenzie says, we could always just smoke in my house. Then Rosie says, Nina said she can't today, actually. She's shopping for another hour and then writing thank you notes. You want to smoke still, says Kenzie. Yeah, sure, says Rosie. I'm finished getting rid of clothes. Let me finish putting them in bags and then I can. Kenzie says, oh, bet. I just have to wait for Dom to get home to roll us the J. Bet. Did you get rid of Hella? Says Kenzie. Rosie says, okay, and yes, OMG, I'll show you. Rosie said, make him roll us a fat arse one. Then she says, I'm dead. I love making the boyfriends roll for us. Kenzie says, bro, I am so mad at Dom right now. He lied to me. You can come to Dom's if you want. We can take dabs. LMFAO, it's okay, says Rosie. You don't want to come, says Kenzie. Should I, says Rosie. Bro, that's so much. Yes, you can come. Okay, says Rosie. He lied to me, so I'ma smoke all of his dabs. Haha, period, says Rosie. But yeah, hella clothes. Can I come now? Yes, says Kenzie. Period, says Rosie. Let me know when you're here, says Kenzie. Okay, I'm coming, says Rosie. I'm going to try to make myself an egg. It's embarrassing, but I don't know how to do it, LOL. Ew, not an egg, says Rosie. To eat? I hate eggs, says Rosie. Kenzie says, yes, LOL. I like the gooey. Ha ha ha, I'm done with eggs. Bia. Bro. I used to love them. True. Is that like vegan to you? I'm such a hater, says Rosie. Yes. Like I'm almost vegan if I didn't eat cheese. Kenzie says, I can only eat them if they're from grass-fed, free-range, no hormones. Cheese, just a smack. Says Rosie. I only will cave for the Waffle House cheesy eggs. They're insane. Kenzie says, I won't make them then. I don't want to smell when you come because I would hate that. Ha ha ha, no, you're okay. I'm weird as F with smell, says Kenzie. I'm good with the smell, says Rosie. Dude, you can try sea moss. OMG, yes. Do you want Chipotle? I'll make Dom get you some too. I'm okay, says Rosie. Bet, says Kenzie. I'm here, says Rosie. Bet, just come to the back door. Rosie says, do they have the Skims dress in person at the mall? Yes, says Kenzie. Last time I was there, they did. They probably have even more now. Rosie says, and can you send me that breakfast oatmeal that you let me try? It was gas. Where do you get it from? Bet. Should I get it? LOL, says Kenzie. Yes. Whole Foods. Yes. WTF, you need it. Rosie says, maybe I should wear to your birthday party if I get a black long one. Or is that too casual? And then Rosie says, what should I wear for your birthday? You don't have to worry about it. Kenzie says, no, you would slay. OMG, period, says Rosie. Kenzie says, Skims baddie AF. Then Rosie says, I'll get it if it's at the mall. Then Kenzie says, yeah, they have bodysuits and stuff too. Rosie says, imagine the pics we could get at your birthday dinner. Yes. Kenzie says, that's what I'm saying. The pictures are going to be fire. Yeah, but they weren't. Then, let's see. Kenzie says, I don't care if people are staring. Rosie says, I'll just order the bone set online for now. Yes. OMG, yes, says Kenzie. Do a haul. And then Rosie says, and then get the dress on Wednesday. And then, let's see here. Kenzie says, do a green screen over the purchase. And then, I'm going to review this when it comes. Purr, says Rosie. Then Rosie says, yes. And then Mackenzie says, and then you can post a video when it comes and people will be hype. Rosie says, I will, yes. I'm excited AF, says Kenzie. Same, says Rosie. Do you have a fake ID, says Kenzie. And my birthday, do you want to go to the club? Do you want to go to an abandoned building today? Rosie says, no. I don't have one wish. Could I get it without? And I'm good for today. I just had my facial. It got me so tired. And I have to film that self-tape. LMFAO. Kenzie says, if this one guy is there, we could get you in without. I hope he's there, says Rosie. I think I would love the club. Dude, it is insane, says Kenzie. It sounds so fun, says Rosie. Kenzie says, but we're at Whole Foods right now. If you want to go to the abandoned building, let me know. I'll text you when we're going. Okay, says Rosie. We're going in a second. You guys want to come? Rosie says, I have to do this self-tape right now. Oh, for that casting? Rosie says, and it's so hot, so I'm good, but we should go swimming later. Yes. It's so embarrassing. I'm down to swim, says Kenzie. Girl, no, you about to get played. Girl, no, you about to get paid. She says, I have to show them my hands, LMAO. And then Kenzie says, just give yourself a model manicure before. Where are you trying to swim? Rosie says, yes, I have to. I have a pool. In my development. Bro, says Kenzie, bet. Rosie says, if you want to go there, Nina said she'd come. Yes, I'm down AF, says Kenzie. After work, so like 6-ish, says Rosie. We will be back before then. She gets off at 5, but it takes her a long time. Bet. Kenzie says, just keep me updated. Okay. Is Dom allowed to come, or is it just girls? Probably just girls, if that's okay with you, says Rosie. Rosie said Nina's leaving work now. And then she says, and then Kenzie says, I don't care. Yeah, that's cool. That's what I thought, to be honest. I just wanted to make sure. Yes, says Rosie. I'll bring DeRoche. Yes, says Rosie. Do you want me to pick you up, or you can pull up to my pool whenever you want? Kenzie says, if you want to pick me up, you can. But I don't want to make you waste gas. And then Rosie says, it's okay. I have to get Nina anyway because her goofy arse can't drive. Where does she live? Close? Kenzie says. Yeah, she's down the street from me. It's okay. We'll get you. Okay, bet, says Kenzie. What time you scooping? Whenever Nina's home. Okay, bet. Just let me know. Scoop from Dom's. Okay. Coming. Bet. I'm here. Coming. Bro. Not TikTok trying to ban me. What? No way. What the F? Got taken down? Literally, not one video that's inappropriate. The most recent is me singing Taylor Swift. Stupid shite. I hate them. What did it get taken down for? People keep reporting. Put your account on private. This video of me in a bikini top and shorts singing Taylor Swift. So annoying. What the F? And the one of me responding to remember when you were skinny comment and I literally said no skin, show no skin. I pull my big t-shirt in. Kenzie says, someone's definitely targeting. Then Rosie says, fat Sam. Kenzie says, definitely go private. Rosie says, all the fatties. Bro, I don't know. I've never been private. Kenzie says, for real, weird hoes. It's not bad. It protects you for a little, I think. Rosie says, okay, bet I might. But they're also so weird on my account. They see I'm banned, but I still let me post. And in one section, it says you are blocked from posting. Then it says you may be blocked after the next on another tab. I don't understand their stupid arse app. Kenzie says, oh, that's so weird. It's probably because it's run by Asians, Kenzie says. It'll open at 11 a.m. LMFAO, like, come on now. Okay, bet. Rosie says. Kenzie says, want to wake up at 10? Yes, says Rosie. Bet, says Kenzie. I'm so excited I'm getting that Skims dress ASAP. Then beach by 12 or 1, says Kenzie. Yes, says Rosie. You're going to look so good in it. They let you try it on, too. Okay, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. I hate to do this, but we've been on a lot of hours. And I'm tired, and I have to get some shipping done tomorrow. What's tomorrow? Wednesday? Yikes. I got a lot of work to do. Okay, let's see. All right. Let's see. Tinge. Very good. Murder of Crows. High. Tent. Yes. A circus tent. Oh, and then tint, right? Did we do tint? Okay, we got tint. Oh, we got it at the same time, murder. I just need this one more. Let's see. It's got to be you, wonderful you. Oh, you're welcome, Just Pepper. Thank you for coming in. What do you got there? Net like that? Oh, you're right. Very good. Thank you, Murder of Crows. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Thank you for coming in. See you tomorrow. If you can hype the video, if you have hypes, you can hype any videos for me. That would be great. And see you guys tomorrow. Love you. God bless. Prayers for all that need them. And be good. Keep Pinky in your prayers. All right, guys. Love you. See you tomorrow. Night, MSL. Night, everybody. Where do I get out of here? How do I stop this crazy thing, Jane?